Welcome to day 4 of the 49erFX and Nacra 17 World Championships here in Oman. Hi, my name's Andy Rice, and with me I've got Chris Muesler and Nora Ruskula, and we're going to be bringing the action to you from the water today. Now, there's been a short delay, but the 49erFX is going to get underway very soon, and we're going to take it to the start of their first race of the afternoon very shortly. Nora, you're a 49erFX sailor. I'm sure you were catching up with some of your rivals and friends in the boat park. What was the mood going into today?
I guess maybe a bit nervous because they were waiting for the wind and just want to get on with the race, and it's 3 more days left, so the finals basically for the 49ers, but also for the FX girls. I think you can slowly see the tension going towards the final days.
There's a bit of a holiday atmosphere because we're in such an amazing place in this resort, Chris, and I wonder if that's why it's a little bit more relaxed. And just so I should say, we're just 1 minute from the start, so we're going to go into this very soon. But Chris, we'll come back to that in a moment. So we're looking at about 10 knots of breeze at the moment. Boats just lining up into the final phase before the start of the first of 3 races this afternoon for the 49erFX. And currently in pole position, it's the Norwegian team of Helen Nice and Mary Ronigan, Norway 26. So watch out for them. They have a little bit of a lead, but only a points lead on Odile van Aanholt and Elise Reuter from the Netherlands. We'll bring you some of the other front runners in a moment. So Nora, how do you see the teams lining up here at the moment? And really hard question. Have you any idea which way up the beat you think you would want to go for race 1 today?
Well, looking at the fleet, they're about to start now. Most of them are still lining up more on the right side of the starting line. So I would assume there's more breeze coming from the right side of the course. There's only 2 boats down here at the pin end where the video is filming from.
And it's hard to tell from that angle who that was, but we were just briefly on board with Odile van Aanholt and Elise Reuter just going into an early tack, so they look like they're going out to the right-hand side quite early on. Chris, can you identify any of these boats better than I can from this pin end of the line?
Well, we have the team from Hong Kong who they had a medal in the Asian Games right before this, and that's Molly and Sandy. So those are the ones that are down at the pin. And Odile and her crew from the Netherlands, who are in second in the regatta right now, only 1 point out of first, they were the ones that had to clear out of that tight pack up near the boat. I'm trying to get my tracking going, so
we'll let you get on with that. Nora, what do you think about this Hong Kong start? I quite fancy that pin end start that the Hong Kong sailors have made.
Yeah, and it looks like it's actually pretty light winds, and during light winds you want to stay basically a bit away from the fleet because the wind goes around the fleet, so it's always better on the side. So even though, let's say, the fleet wanted to start more on the right side and they were basically alone in the pin end, I would say it's a really good start because they have free winds. It looks like they're going well.
It really does, doesn't it? And why is it that the pin end of the line and getting out with no boat to leeward of you, why is that such a strong position in skiff racing?
Well, you get the free winds, as I said, and especially being a leeward boat, you have more. You can kind of control the fleet. So if you do high mode for a while, the fleet above you has to do high mode as well, and you kind of ruin their winds. So you're controlling quite well. The only downside is you can't tack from there unless you're going to duck and go behind the boats. Especially the start was you say everyone is quite in the same lane still, even though the start has already been going on. The race has been going on for a while, like a few minutes.
It does look a bit softer on the far side, doesn't it? On the right-hand side. I don't know how much that's camera perspective, but I quite like the side that we're on with the Hong Kong side and the Canadians just to windward of them.
It does look like the fleet kind of has a split right now. So there's a lot of boats on the right-hand side are on port. And right now this group is just staying as long as they can on starboard, but now that's even starting to peel off. So now we have probably about 2/3 of the fleet on port. And earlier on in the week we saw that just like we talked about Long Beach in next upcoming Olympics after Paris, the breeze in these open seas starts to go right with these sea breezes. Everyone's been wanting that to work. It has worked earlier in the week and at the Asian Champs, and it looks like there's a good portion of the fleet that's thinking that's going to happen today. It was lighter than usual this morning, and the sea breeze is a little bit slower to fill. So maybe they're thinking as it fills, it's going to go right. So let's see how this corner ends up. But 2/3 of the fleet is on port now.
Okay. And as you said earlier, Nura, the one disadvantage of doing the Hong Kong style of start is that you don't always get to dictate when you make the first tack. So I don't know if Hong Kong want to carry on this far, but to some extent they're dictated to by the Canadians.
Yeah, and if I were Hong Kong or Canadians, I would just basically stick to the plan. They're already like on the left side of the course, so might as well just continue there. If they don't see anything huge coming on the right side. But I would say surely, even though most of the pictures are from the left side, the right side seems like the leaders are on the right. So I would assume they see something there. Here in the picture we can see the Dutch team, Odile van Aanholt and Elise Reuter. It looks a bit tricky. You see Odile the skipper has to go up and down all the time on the trapeze. This is something you kind of want to avoid. But I guess it's so tricky, she has to go up and down. But basically you would like to keep the trapeze maybe a bit lower and then do like squatting instead, basically going in and out the boat. It's just more smoother.
She needs another rope to hold, surely. I mean, isn't that just nervous adjustment?
It looks like nervous adjustment to me, but of course it might be her style.
Well, here's another example. So, there's an adjustment, but let's see how often Helene helming the Norwegian boat is changing her adjuster. She's also holding the jib sheet. I don't think Odile was holding the jib sheet. I think she was completely hands-free except for the
I couldn't see it. Normally the skipper would hold the jib sheet all the time, but of course if you place it somewhere on your foot, for example, you could always just like kick it up and take it quickly. But you want to be able to adjust it all the time, especially light winds and wavy, like choppy waves today. You would want to keep the jib maybe a bit open and adjust it more open every time there's a horrible chop coming up.
You would think
but
so.
She's not doing it now.
One thing that we've seen here, we're seeing the top two boats currently in the rankings, but they were in that pack towards the majority of the boats towards the top right side of the course, and they've been getting what we call ping ponged. You know, they got bounced out onto port, and then they both of them had to come back onto starboard, whether or not they were looking for a little bit more breeze. Sorry about that. I didn't have my mic on. What we noticed about the Netherlands team and the Norwegian team that are top in the rankings is they were part of that big group to the right-hand side of the line and the right-hand side of the course. They got bounced out, squeezed out to the right, one of the first boats to do that, but too many boats ahead of them, and both of them got sent back, we saw on the camera footage, or onboard footage, back into the middle of the course. We don't know if they're doing that on purpose, but right now it's really light, and what I want to hear from Nora is in FX and 49ers, how important is keeping your bow down versus height? Do people just not even think about height? It's very light.
Well, it depends on if the wind is, let's say there's no waves, then you want to maybe maintain more height in the lighter winds. But if it's like today, how it looks like here from the videos, from the footage, I would say maybe a bit lower angle would be maybe better. Let's keep in mind the boat is not going super fast. As you can see in the tracker here, 6 knots is actually pretty slow.
Yeah, what's the normal speed in 12 knots?
Maybe, I don't know, 12 knots, that's tricky. I normally sit in the boat, so I don't have a measure. New at this media thing here.
Yeah, cool.
But I would say you don't get huge gain of doing going low at the moment. Right. Just keeping the boat going through the waves, that's the most important part.
Whatever Odile and her crew did from the Netherlands, on the tracker it shows them pop back up into third place, so they're probably like in the middle left-hand side of the course. And what do we have? We're looking at Canada right now.
Well, they are the leaders in this race right now. So with the great benefit of hindsight, we can wonder why there weren't more boats at the pin end of the line, because it was the two boats that were furthest towards the pin, the Canadians and the Hong Kong team, that are in first and second in this race right now. So this has been a go-left racetrack. A lot of the other front runners seem to have been caught out by these lighter conditions. And who knows how much the lighter lighter conditions mean that it's more of a go left racetrack. I don't know if the two are tied together, but right now Canada and Hong Kong very much enjoying this race after a great start off the pin end.
And one thing we did know from the Asian Championships, where Hong Kong, I think, was third, bronze medalist in that. I'm not 100% positive, third or second. That they're not a very large team. Molly, the skipper, is a radial sailor, and Sandy, the crew, is a RSX and a windsurfer. But we know that they were really fast in the Asian Champs, and they're really fast right here.
Yeah, I think they're quick in lighter breeze, and that's what we see now today, especially. The Canadians, they're coming in first here now. They're actually quite a new team, sisters. Levin La France.
Yeah, the Lewin La France sisters, Georgia and Antonia, they get the kite up. They're the first onto the spacer leg, and then next around, I think Hong Kong's around in third. I'm trying to work out who's with the black Jenica.
Yeah, but Martina Grell and Kunze on Portac, they just found a perfect little hole to come in on that Portac ley line. That's always the most challenging way to come into a weather mark.
Yeah, well, it looks like the upwind mark. You could see it in the left corner there. It's quite light, and really, you want to have a speed when you go around that mark. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, it's going to be tricky.
So what do we have here, Andy, in this order? Hong Kong kind of got stuck a little bit on that Portac ley line. They're not in second anymore.
No, they didn't quite break through the way that the Canadians have managed to do. This is only the Canadians' second World Championship together. So, I mean, they should be really pleased to already be in sixth place overall going into today, and now leading a race as well.
Yeah, I think they're super happy with it. And they've been training with the Canadian team that went to the Olympics. So I guess this is like the new generation coming up, maybe.
Yes, the team that went to the games are coming back, apparently.
Yes.
Interesting to note that the Canadians did actually win the opening race yesterday as well. So they seem to be fast out of the blocks. In fact, if you look back at their scores, they were second in their opening race of the day before that. So it seems like the Canadians are a little bit more awake than everyone else at the start of these race days. We see the first boats jibing off onto port behind them, but no one seems to be able to attack the Canadians right now. They just go into their first jibe of the race, and looks like the boat parks up a little bit as it goes through.
It looks like they wanted to do a quick jibe to avoid anyone jibing above them. It was quite a hurried jibe, but they managed. Did you see where the Italians above? Yeah, Italians 247 were above them and tried to cover them, but they didn't really manage. Seems like there's more wind coming from the right side. You see the Netherlands 65 coming in, Van Aanholt at Sieves coming in on the right side. They're looking really good. They're leading at the moment.
Look at the boat speed difference. I mean, you look at the boat speed, they're almost they are 3 knots faster down the right-hand side of the race course. So the right-hand side really wasn't that good up the first beat. It was, but it seems to have really kicked in on that side now.
This kind of reminds me of yesterday, doesn't it?
The randomness of it?
Oh, yeah, the randomness.
Well, it's like just overall lighter, but still in terms of the puffiness and who gets advantage.
Yeah, and the downwind tactics.
Trash.
Oh, is that trash in the water?
Yeah, it looks like there's a little bit of trash in the water, but
maybe some marks.
Yeah. But going down this run, it seems to me that the delta and the speed difference when it's even lighter can be greater. So in 12 knots of breeze, if you get a 2 knot difference in puff, you're not going to have this big step. But here, if there's in 6 knots of breeze, if there's a 2 knot difference in puff, it makes a huge difference in the speed of the boats, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. And especially if someone hits the wind holes, it's critical because the whole fleet goes so much quicker and you lose so much. Here you see the girls from the Netherlands. They doing a huge climb up.
They're ripping.
Yeah, getting that gust or wind shift from the right side of the course going downwind.
Yeah, it looks like they're even getting ready to double chop. Is there a situation where it's so light where you can get the boat running on apparent wind in 8 knots or less of breeze, and then if you fall off it, you can't get back into that?
Yeah, it does happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's happening to some of the boats on the left side of the course right now.
It's tricky. And with the waves, there's still some waves going on, not as big as yesterday. Yesterday we had more swell kind of waves, good surfing waves. Today it's definitely less. So I don't know how much it's affecting. Can they be able to surf, or do they just have to adjust according to the wind? You see the skipper moves a lot. Odile, she's moving back and forth. Like this is like a full focus mode. You can see her face. It's like, you don't want to make a single move that's not perfect, because then you ruin the speed, as we talked. So you're just trying to do everything to get the boat going.
It's just written on her face, isn't it?
Is it?
She wants this so badly.
Yeah. And normally you would be looking back behind what's happening with the wind. Is there more coming? But this is the mode, I think, it's just so specific with the speed that she can't even look back. Like, she doesn't even have time to see what's happening in the back. She's just like 100% focusing on the speed. Downwind in the FX, the skipper has the most control of the balance and everything. So basically, you see the crew is sitting on the wing. The crew just can't help much in this situation. It's more like it's on the skipper to go fast.
But it is surprising that neither of them are looking backwards at all. We haven't seen them look over oh no, there was a look over the shoulder then.
Yeah, you would hope to see that more often, but I know from experience that happens sometimes. But because there can be gusts coming in. We've seen that happening before.
Now let's remember, when they were on Port Jibe just a minute or so ago, the Dutch were like showing in first now, but Canada is still holding their lead now around the leeward mark.
Yeah, and then we have Norway also coming up. We didn't see them on the top mark rounding.
Correct.
And interesting, Nora, that Canada not going up the left-hand side of the course, which is what put them into the lead. They're actually going up the right-hand side of the course. So the Canadians are thinking differently. They've obviously noticed that the Dutch were attacking them successfully from the right-hand side of the course. It looks like the leaders believe that the right-hand side is now the way to go, and also that most of the boats are following them around that side of the gate mark as well. That's making life relatively easy for the Canadians to defend. But Hong Kong are choosing to go round the left-hand side. It worked well for Hong Kong the first beat. They're thinking that it's going to work well for them this time round as well, maybe.
Maybe. They're going really slow at the moment. Maybe there's some bad winds from the kites.
Yeah, and they might have had a little bit of a tough maneuver there. The one thing we talked about earlier in the week was how hard it was to read the breeze on the water. But the fact that every boat, now we have, which team is that tacking right now? The Belgian team tacking onto starboard from the group that rounded the right leeward mark facing upwind. But maybe they can see breeze on the water better today. You know, it made it obvious for them to choose that side to round. But then here we have Finland rounding the opposite mark. Finland, the young team from Finland, we talked to them this morning, Nora, your countrywomen.
Yeah.
And,
training partners.
Training partners are sitting at third right now. Again, coming around that mark, they look a lot slower than the boats that went around the right mark.
They do, but for them, they didn't really have many options. You see, there's more boats on the right side, and those lanes were already picked. So basically, the only option in the light winds, as I said, just trying to go away from the fleet, get your free winds, and avoid getting stuck.
Yeah, it's not been a particularly good run for Brazil, who we saw going through the picture just now. They don't seem like they've gained on this run. So the reigning Olympic champions struggling a little bit in this race right now, just inside the top 10, but only just.
Yeah, they're fourth overall at the moment since yesterday. So let's see. They've been getting up the leaderboard slowly. I think they started the events closer to even, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
+5. So I was surprised. I was waiting for them to climb up.
I certainly wouldn't count them out. I mean, they're certainly in the running for winning a world title, but there's others they're going to have to get past, like Adele van Aanholt and Elise Reuter, now on the upwind leg again, and Adele is finally able to adjust her trapeze. She had her hands full with the main sheet going downwind, but
yeah, but she's actually not holding the jib as we talked about earlier. But it looks like it's now she got the jib. She was did you see it? She had the jib in the right hand. She had it on her foot, so it was easy to get to her hand. It looks really tricky.
Yeah, but it looks like it's a little bit windier than the top of that last beat, because we saw on the top of that last beat the crews were on the hull of the boat, not on the wing, in front of the shrouds. And now, at least, for that last stretch, they were both fully out on the wire. So I think it seems like the sea breeze is very slowly building.
Yes, and that could be why Canada is doing well on the right-hand side of the course. We can't see them in the photo at the moment. We're looking at the Finns, who are on the left-hand side of the course, and I don't think there's as much wind on the left-hand side of the course as there was. And you look at that there, and Canada seems to be sailing a perfect race in tactical terms. They picked the left when the left was winning, and now they seem to be picking the winning side, which appears to be the right on the second beat. But
Yeah.
Norway also on a really nice high heading there, actually climbing up towards the Canadians. So it seems like there's a really nice puff of breeze for Norway in second place right now.
And the Belgians and the Dutch are actually tacking on the left side, so maybe there is a shift. You can see most of the fleets, almost most of the fleet, more than 50% doing attack right now.
Yeah, I have a feeling that
Definitely.
the breeze still in this course in the early stages of the sea breeze is, you're probably struggling between two breezes. The earlier left breeze and then the sea breeze coming in from the right.
Yeah, if I would be sailing on this race course, God, that it would be tricky. Honestly, you can see it's like you just have to be like trying to be 2 steps ahead, looking at the wind. What will happen next? It feels like the wind is just drifting from right to the left, and you just can't be at the right place when you want to. Like, it is impossible. So it's tricky for the sailors to choose. Okay, I'm now on the right side of the fleet. Should I stay here or should I try to go to the left with the shift and then go back to the right? You don't want to cross the race course back and forth.
Right here, we just saw in the last 30 seconds, Hong Kong, when all those 4 or 5 boats tacked on the port, Hong Kong was behind them all on the tracker, and we watched the breeze just started to either soften or just shift, and Hong Kong back up in a second. So before that, when they were sitting in 6th or 7th in that shift, I wanted to give a shout out to them just because they're keeping their fingernails into the top 5, and now just you saw how quickly that happened. That was very telling, the last 30 seconds, Andy.
You're right. I mean, going around the left-hand gate mark, they were the first to choose that, and they were only about 6th or 7th place at the time. So Hong Kong made an amazing gain on that side of the racecourse. But we're looking at first and second. Canada just going out of picture in first. Norway on the attack. They're on port tack now. And they are the closest threat to Canada, but it still looks pretty comfortable in this race for the Canadian sisters to hold on to the overall lead.
Let's see. Norway's not. Why? Just a really quick question. Why did we see Norway look like they had someone ahead of them? But
well, they do. So okay. Canada is not appering on the tracking at the
there we
moment.
go.
So we got a tracking glitch.
Okay.
But
so let's let everyone know that Canada is on top of Norway, or at least Canada's heading left and Norway's heading right now.
That's correct. So Canada heading out towards the left-hand ley line, and still in pretty good control. I'd say Norway are the only real threat to the Canadian lead at the moment. But Chris, as you rightly pointed out about Hong Kong, choosing the opposite gate mark, no one else had gone around that gate mark. They dropped back to 7th from second place, and now they find themselves back up in 3rd. And we see Canada push back into the tracking again and putting a loose cover, or maybe even a hard cover, you could say, on the Norwegians. Don't know how close they are in distance terms. Well, we see it there, 50 meters actually. 50 meters is the advantage, but Norway seeming happy enough to live in the slightly bad air of Canada.
So Nora, I have a great question for you here.
Yeah.
So we talked early on to the girls from Hong Kong about gaining experience. They stumbled a little bit at the beginning of this Worlds. Now we're getting into the meat of the championship, and they're not only holding on, but they're playing the game at the top of the fleet right now. They have the nerve. You think the takeaway from the lessons that they can take away from this regatta and practice skills, is it just as much psychological as much as boat handling? Like just saying, I can do this. I'm with this top group. I can pass these people.
Yeah, definitely. Like the psychological, like what they get out of this event, I can imagine like a lot of confidence because they've been playing the shifts and the game really well.
Very what's the word?
Patiently, yeah, and that's a really good skill. And you can see some of the sailors struggling with this in these winds and this condition here at this event.
Now we have a big split here. We know how volatile this is. So we have 6th through 15th or 16th spread apart from a group on the left, basically out to the left lane line. Andy, what's going to happen here? Can you tell by looking at this screen? I wish I was out there.
No, I can't tell you. So yeah,
But I know anything can happen. I just feel like something big is going to happen.
I feel like something big is happening for the Canadians. They're on their final approach to the windward mark for the last time, and then they should be able to successfully defend this lead against the Norwegians, because in fact, the Norwegians, they are under threat by Hong Kong and Belgium, who we might see come into picture fairly soon. So there's a 3-horse race for second place right now, which is going to make life even easier for the Canadians.
Yeah, let's see if the upwind mark rounding. It will be interesting. Belgians coming in on the port ley line as well as Hong Kong, as you said. Will they make it in between, like in front of the Norwegians? Basically, they're not in the right. They don't have room to tack if they're too close to the Norwegians.
Here it is. Yep, here's our view.
Yeah, they
Belgium
made it
just
easily.
crossed Norway, so that was a gain for them actually since the leeward mark. Hong Kong still keeping their hands in the game, and there's a nice little gap behind that group. I think, and tell me how this works. The Netherlands, Italy 46, Amari and Carrero, that whole group is so tight. This is what we really want to watch come up here. Who can navigate their fleet management coming to the pointy end of this race? I mean, Nora, is it actually not beneficial to round ahead of this group of 10 boats? Like, would you rather be like 5th so you can peel off?
Well, it's tricky. It's maybe what you prefer. Sometimes it's just easier in light wind sometimes to be behind the boats, because you have just more options. You can cover and stuff. You don't want to be the first boat coming in and then you have a bunch of 5 or 10 boats behind you, because the wind is just horrible.
Right. Well, that's what the Netherlands has.
Yeah, and it's tricky. Like, you're ahead of them, but it's just so much trickier to sail in the front going downwind in the lighter breeze.
Yeah, Andy, you've been in these positions before. What do you think? Just
at the back of a skiff fleet? Yeah, I've been there.
Well, in the mix.
Well, you have to start from the back, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Got to start somewhere.
I guess everyone
just
started
picking
there.
off those little positions. Let's see who makes it around here, and then let's see how the Netherlands holds on to that position if they can, and seeing what they do, or if the fleet stays on them and rolls them, or if they jibe out.
How come the Canadians, you can see here, am I saying Canadian? Yeah, in the picture, they have a pretty big lead. It looks like they're going fast as well. Look at the boat.
Really, even without 2 people on the wire.
Yeah.
I mean, that's good form.
Oh, they're doing about
That's
11
super
knots
fast.
of boat speed. So
That's the fastest we've seen today. Before that, it was the Dutch, and they were doing like 10.5 knots. So on that last run.
So they won't be going so fast through that jibe, but they're back into it fairly
It looks
quickly
good.
again.
Yeah, afterwards they got to speed up. I guess the jibe in itself doesn't, even though it doesn't look pretty, as long as the boat gets up to the speed quickly after it. That's all that counts.
I look at the wake behind the boat and to see if it's a smooth wake, or if they really slow down, the bubbles are right up around the transom.
Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. Yeah.
The boat speed differences are pretty remarkable at the moment. They constantly over 10 knots, the Canadians. I've seen a brief spurt of 11 knots for the Belgians in second place. But further up the racetrack, it's not as windy. So the further down this race course they come, the windier it seems to be getting.
Yeah, and we can't see it here in the picture, but looking at the tracker, it looks really crowded up at the top wind mark. Rounding the whole fleet is basically bunched up there, when the Canadians and Belgians and Norway, like, they're just having pretty chill time here in the front of the fleet.
Yeah, free sailing, and in that bunch is Brazil and Finland. So you have Brazil, one of the most established FX team in this fleet, probably.
Two-time world champion, Olympic
two-time Olympic gold medalist, and then you have the young Finnish. Here's what I think we should look at on this run. I think we should look at that big bunch. It's all opportunity, and see if the Finnish have the maturity to stay ahead or pop ahead of that group, and see if Brazil, in their experience, has uses what they know they have, or if the Finnish take this opportunity. This could be their moment. This is a world championship for them. They won a race yesterday. Maybe they're figuring it out, just like Hong Kong figured out how to get right back into it.
Yeah, and it's tricky championships, like quite light winds, and the winds have been super shifty and tricky. So I guess the whole basically the mindset has to be to like fight. You're fit for a fight every day. Not like you wouldn't be, but you might be in the back of the fleet, and have to know how to get back to the game, to the top. So we're gonna see that. Let's see
who's poking out here, Andy.
Well, the Canadians hold the lead there on the right of picture. We're looking at Belgium on the left of picture there in second. That's 100 meters gap just between the top two. Then you go 60 meters further back behind the Belgians to Nason Ronigan. You can see their whitish Jenica there. But we see Canada coming in towards the finish.
On that time, yeah.
Very good jibe there. And what an amazing dominating win by these Canadian sisters, Georgia and Antonia Lewin-LaFrance from Nova Scotia. And just as yesterday, they won the first race of the opening session yesterday, they win the first race of the session today. So whatever it is,
they're on fire.
Absolutely. Yeah. Will they be able to maintain that fire for the rest of the afternoon? We'll see. But across the line in second place are the Belgians, Isura Mainhout and Anouk Gertz. They finished yesterday with the UFD, so they've bounced back perfectly from that disqualification with the best answer possible. A second place in this race.
Tell us a little bit about the Belgians. I don't know much about them. We've got third place coming in.
Coming across in third is Helene Nace and Marie Ronigan, so that's only going to consolidate their lead. They had a 1 point lead on Adil Van Aanholt and Elise Reuter going into this race.
And what happened to Hong Kong? I don't see them in the picture.
So who is this coming across in fourth?
Hong Kong should be coming in here.
That's
this
what
is
I
Hong
thought.
Kong.
Yeah, this is Hong Kong. Okay,
yeah,
cool.
it looked like it was someone else, but we didn't lose them. I'm like, we could not lose them. No, they did well.
It's a huge gap back to from the Hong Kong team, Highfield and Choi, that have just finished in fourth place. 300 meters.
Huge gap.
Yeah, let's get excited for Molly and Sandy here, because they were talking about just soaking it all in this regatta, figuring out all the pieces of the puzzle, how to put together a good race. It wasn't coming together for them early in the regatta. And they really proved they didn't flinch when the things were tight. And now look at the size of the gap that they left. They hung with Olympic champions. So
crazy, and they got fourth in this.
And his fifth
race,
place.
so.
This is Adil Van Aanholt and Suvers from the Netherlands.
It looks like an inverted top batten, maybe.
It does look like that.
It's that light. Maybe they need to give it a pop.
Maybe that's the new fast,
thing.
the new thing.
Yeah, it gives a lift to the mast.
You can see, when we saw her the previous downwind, she was super focused on.
Yeah, she might not have even looked up.
It might be she didn't see it. Especially when you have like caps on, you wouldn't see the top batten. That's a huge problem.
Yeah,
you have to like actually look at it.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think anyone is going to get to them for fifth place. So inverted batten or not, they are going to hold on to fifth place, which is another useful finish for the team that holds second overall in this regatta, and that is Van Aanholt and Sievers from the Netherlands, just managing to get through the line without a jibe, just at the committee boat. And now it's getting busy. We've got a number of boats fighting for sixth place, but it looks like it's going to be Spain that comes across. That's Suarez and Cantero taking sixth place for Spain with the yellow Jenica, followed by Italy's Passamonti and Fava just beating Amara and Carraro at the moment. So it's a matter of which Italian team, but it looks like it is going to be Passamonti and Fava taking seventh place ahead of eighth place Amari and Carraro just coming in at the committee boat with the blue Jenica, followed by Kears and Ainsworth from Great Britain. So good finish for them. Kears only just out of the 29er. And in 10th place, Gromblom and Hocker from Finland, third in the overall in the championships going into today. Maybe that's enough to hold on to third overall. We'll have to look at the scores in a moment. But look at the Brazilian boat.
Had like they couldn't. We were talking about them, hoping for them to make a gain, but they, as we can see now, they really didn't make a gain.
I think I gave the Finnish and the Brazilians that curse of the commentator that I've heard Andy talk about in the past. Well, I was picking one of them or both of them to leap in front of that group of five in front of them, and I think they both maybe even fell back a place.
I thought we'd see better from Grail and Kunze, but they finished in 11th, and then another Italian boat, Germani, and it's a photo finish here, isn't it? It's between the Italians and the Swedes, and I couldn't tell you who came out ahead there. I think it might be Germani and Bertuzzi from Italy that just took it on the right-hand side of screen ahead of Vesta and Tengstrom from Sweden followed by France's Grenier and Ryu coming across in 14th place. And then there's a bit of a gap, and I see amongst the next pack of boats coming through is Robel and Shea in the United States flag.
Yeah,
they
that's
will
gonna
really
hurt
be
their progress.
hoping. I mean, they were third
That
in the...
hurts a lot. They were going well.
Yeah, they
earlier.
were in 5th place.
What happened? Maybe they got stuck in like a
Well,
crowded place or
I think
less
we're
wind.
seeing a combination of things here as the is that the Danish team coming in? Who's that?
Yeah, let's just call them through. So we've got actually Wilmot and Reinecke coming through. I think that might be... Oh, no, that looks like an Austrian boat on the right-hand
Yeah, the
side.
Austrian team, yeah.
So that is Schofeger and Farthofer. Just ahead of Wilmot and Reinecke on the left of screen, and then Robel and Shea in a tight battle on the right-hand side. But I think Robel and Shea were just beaten by another Italian team, Stelda and Sperry.
Yeah.
And then
Tricky.
just bringing up the rear behind Robel and Shea are the France's Lovadina and Ryu. And still to finish, we've got, well, just finishing Croatia, we've got Ninčević and Demicheli Vituri just finishing. Next boat across will be the Blue Jenica of India, Toma and Shervega. And bringing up the rear, the Czech sisters, the Zivna sisters, are going to be last across the finish line. And it wasn't so long ago that I was talking about Robel and Shea. I mean, there weren't many boats behind them in that race. I mean, they're such a class act. I can't imagine what went wrong for them in that one.
Yeah, me either.
Yeah,
I was
well,
trying to look if I can find them somewhere.
Yeah, we have Nora kind of going, and feel free to play with this at home. The tracker, you can move the time lapse around quite a bit, and
You can get it at live.tracktrack.com. That's the place to find the tracking.
Yep,
But you can
or
get
on
all
the-
of this from 49er.org as
yep,
well.
on the top of the event page it'll be there. So play with that, but let's
It
take
looks
stock
like
of that.
it looks like US. They just struggled the whole race. They looked like they had a possibility to get out of the worst crowded places, but they just couldn't find fresh air, free winds, and that's how it seemed like.
I think the team that kind of avoided that slip and slide in the, basically in the everything from 5th down, was Hong Kong. I think from 5th all the way to the bottom, I think it seemed like everyone had opportunities to do incremental passes, and a couple boats did, but most people just slipped. And Hong Kong was the only one where there was that moment where they could have just dropped 2 places and been in that horrible mix. And they were really patient, and they were the last ones out of the scrum.
Well, when you're at a leeward gate and you see other more experienced teams all going around the right-hand gate, there's a temptation to think, that must be the right thing to do because everyone else is doing it. And they went
Exactly.
round the left-hand gate. It didn't look good at the time.
No, it didn't look good at all. I was surprised. I was like, okay, now they're not gonna make
drop
it.
out the top 10.
Yeah, but
then
they
they-
stayed on. I'm really surprised. They sailed really well.
But that's a shift in your psychology as a sailor in a fleet, right? So you go from that mode where you're like, I don't know enough, and you're telling yourself, I don't know enough, so maybe I should look what someone else is doing, to I have to trust myself.
Well, yes. When to follow your own instincts and when to take notice of what the other sailors are doing around you. That's always the perpetual challenge in these championships. What's a good signal coming from the rest of the fleet, and what's a fake signal? What's a false signal? And Hong Kong saw the other boats going right and thought, no, we're going to go left again. And we all thought that was the wrong move at the time, and we were all taken by surprise to see them back up in the top 3 again.
Yeah, we were talking about how slow it looked, and
Yes.
Yeah.
and they were great.
Yeah, exactly. And you can't trust the fleet every time. Like, they won't be sailing the perfect route, and there's obviously many routes up to the top wind mark and the bottom mark. Like, you just have to find your own, but also like understanding the fleet control, like being close to the fleet but still trying to make the best moves out of it.
What was going on with Adele van Aanholt's multiple adjustments of her trapeze adjuster? Is there any boat speed reason for doing that, do you think?
I guess there are. Sometimes I guess some people would feel more uncomfortable like going squatting in the boat, like going back in and out instead of going up and down. I just think I would assume it's like for everyone it's quicker to go in and out instead of adjusting. But I guess if it's super light, you rather adjust, because if it gets even lighter, you can swing in. The problem is if you're too far down on the trapeze and it gets light, you can't swing in and you get stuck. And worst case, the boat can even capsize on top of you. Like you want to avoid that, and you don't want the boat to heel towards to yourself too much in the light winds. It's just too brutal.
Yeah.
And while we're talking about that, we got to see that pair really close up through really tough transitions. I mean, in the future we'll have them mic'd up, like totally pro, and that's the great thing about this technology, if we could hear that. So maybe you can fill in their voices for us and just give us an example of that speed dialogue, that communication circle, like right in those moments that we were watching.
I would say the communication is just mostly about speed at that moment. Today was a tricky day.
What kind of things would you be saying?
Saying now I have good feel on the rudder, like it feels good. Let's keep this angle. And then the crew would be saying also like, how is the main sheet feeling? Is it feeling that there's enough speed? Skipper would be saying, okay, the boat feels good now. There's speed. Oh, there's a big wave coming. Then both maybe move a bit backwards, open the jib, and like speed up the boat. And then after that, just again checking, is the speed okay? Skipper probably looking around, seeing other boats. Like, okay, I see that the Canadians who we rounded the mark with, they're going to the right side. Then the crew would maybe ask, do they look like they're going quicker or not? And the skipper would compare.
That distribution of labor, is it different from boat to boat, or in 49er is it mostly the skipper able to look around and the crew like, I'm in the boat keeping this thing moving fast?
I would say mostly, but I know that there's teams that do it differently.
Right.
But mostly the skipper would be looking around and the crew is focused on the boats. Like, crew is the one making the speed basically, and the skipper is making the tactical decisions. So she has to be looking around.
Was that the case with you when you raced 49ers?
Well, that was a really interesting dilemma for us early on,
because you were gonna say that was a really long time ago.
Well, you've just pointed out the obvious, but
okay, but go ahead.
But it was 25 years ago,
yeah.
And at the time there was, unless you sailed 18-foot skiffs, the helmsman of any boat in any dinghy was always used to taking the main sheet as well, and you always had that interplay between you're tending to push away with one and pull in with the other.
Yeah.
You've got that immediate control, and it was really uncomfortable early on giving control of the main sheet away to the crew, because I was helming, and actually some of us fitted a main sheet block in the bottom of the boat, and we were actually taking the main sheet ourselves as the helm,
right,
and so
you were used to it.
In the first season, the first season, that's what some of us were doing. Some of us old school British sailors were doing that. But as soon as the wind got up to a sort of flat wiring, easing sail, we would run the main sheet out through the end of that that cleat, and then it would be straight off the boom, just like everyone's been doing ever since. So we did a bit of both. In light winds, it was me taking the main sheet. In medium to strong, it was my crew taking the main sheet in the way that everyone is used to. But I heard a funny story about when Dylan Fletcher and Stu Bithell first started sailing together in the 49er, and Dylan Fletcher,
gold medalists.
They just won the gold medal just 3 months ago together. So there's a happy ending to this story. But Dylan and Stu were rivals going into Rio. It was a matter of they were sailing with different people, and Dylan ended up going to the games with Alan Syme. They didn't quite get to a medal. They weren't far off. Dylan is known for being super intense, so I'm not giving away any secrets here. He's known as a difficult guy to sail with. Let's remember that Stu Bithell had already won an Olympic silver medal in the 470 at London 2012. So
he wasn't a rookie. Yeah,
he wasn't a rookie. So about second or third time out, they're sailing together in Weymouth, just deciding whether they can work together as a team. And Dylan's going with the main sheet, in a bit, out a bit, in a bit, out a bit, and suddenly Stu just drops the main sheet, and they both capsize to windward. And Dylan said, "What happened there?" And he said, "Oh, isn't that what you wanted? I thought you said let the main sheet out." So I did. And so Stu was basically laying down the law and saying, "You do your job, I'll do mine. You let me get on with trimming the main sheet." And the rest is history. They end up winning the Olympic gold medal. Yeah. So coming back to your point, this is a really challenging communication role between the two sailors. It's definitely the fastest way to sail a skiff, is to have the crew running the main sheet and therefore being the boat speed person in the team.
Right.
But it's really difficult to get right.
I agree. It's really difficult, and especially all the skippers also have a different kind of way how to drive the boat. Some like to move the tiller more and some less. So then the crew has to also adjust with the sail to the skipper's movement. So we see a lot of teams that have they're basically new teams. They have sailed in different teams before the previous campaign, and now they're together and doing this Paris campaign together, and that's interesting. You have to always adjust in the new team, even though both are good FX sailors. Just adjusting to the skipper and the crew, being synchronized. I think it's really important today as well, with the body as well. It's not just sails as well, how you move with the body. We saw the Dutch skipper going up and down in a trapeze. This is why there's so many moving parts around. You need to synchronize them.
So we've got just over 3 minutes to the start of the next race, and we'll see how popular the pin end of the line is going to be this time, because it was the pin end that worked so well for Hong Kong and for Canada in the previous race. But as we've been talking about a lot this week, that there are no two races the same here. It's very difficult to establish if there's a real pattern here or if it's just the smoke and mirrors that we see on the sea just off Musana here.
Indeed, and I think we saw Canadians and Hong Kong doing really well from the pin end. I guess it's also because they were alone, no one else was around. But if the whole pack of fleet would now go and start from the pin end, the storyline would be totally different, the outcome. So it's going to be interesting to see where the fleet will, where it will start from. I guess there is enough place for everyone to start perfectly, have their own space on the line. But it's kind of like in the parking lot finding the parking for your car. You always want to go next to the other car.
Yeah. So here we are. We're probably coming up on 2 minutes, and we have our updated scores. The only in the top group, the only big change I see is a swap between Canada and USA. That really hurt the US team. With a 17th in that race. That's their throw out. But with a first for the Canadian team, that bumped them up to 5th place. But still, we have Norway in first, Netherlands in second, Finland in third, and Brazil still holding on to 4th, even with an 11th.
Okay, so things getting slightly more comfortable for Norway in the overall lead in the regatta.
Yeah, 10 points now.
And we see Canada winners of the previous race. Canada 707 in the middle of the picture there. Looks like they're making a play. Making a play down towards the left-hand end of the left-hand end of the pack as well. Not sure who's actually going to claim the pin end, if anyone will, this time round. It looks like a Dutch boat.
Yep. Big sag in the middle right now. You should expect that to change in the next 30 seconds. We're guessing from our race experience here. Apologies to the audience. One day all these coverages will have all the times and looking straight down on the line. But that is a big sag in the middle, Nora.
Yeah, there is. It's much bigger. The previous start were a pretty straight line. It was like a perfect start.
Yeah, it seems like the FX and 49ers like to just sit in one place, and they sit very close to the line. But I wonder why that is. That's a very obvious sag right there.
It is super obvious.
And I don't think they're going to fill it either.
Yeah, let's see. It's enough that one boat goes further up. You see the Spanish now filling in the gap. And that's enough, because it's kind of like, if you know where the line is, you don't want to show it to the others. So if you're in the sag, you don't want to show it to them, because if you go up there, then the others are going to question, wait, why are they up there?
Yeah, great
So
point.
you kind of want to be aware of it, and the final 20 seconds or 50 seconds, you want to kind of start before ahead of them.
Yeah. So we have Brazil here at the pin. The Dutch are coming back in on port because they were too early. We should be coming up on 5 seconds right now.
Brazil is looking really good. It looks like they're controlling the pin end.
Very light. Oh, maybe, yeah.
Copying the previous race.
Yeah, but look at this.
Okay, there's actually boats doing a port start. Whoa, okay.
Here we go.
I think that was a protest situation there.
Yeah, well.
Between the Dutch and the French.
So this is a
Italians.
really tight start. We got a couple boats port from the middle. And there must have been a couple boats over early in that, but we don't have anything from the race committee at the moment.
Great start by Brazil on this end of the line. So Brazil did a really good controlling maneuver. They hovered for most of the last minute, and already it looks like the Spanish team are falling into the bad air of the Brazilians that look pretty well stretched on this side of the racecourse. They're both sailors fairly well out on trapeze, so the breeze looks like it's pretty reasonable right now. And Brazil obviously saw what worked well for Canada on the previous race and decided they wanted a bit of pin end action for themselves this time round.
Right.
Yeah.
And look at Hong Kong off early on port. Whether they got flushed out or that's what they wanted to do. They're at the opposite end, but they're taking, that's an obviously favored left shift right now. They must have a good vibe going on right now. What do you think, Nora?
Well, and looking just at the fleet, at the picture, it looks like is it just divided? Yeah, the fleet is divided into 50-50. So I guess now
big launch
Brazil
on that
and
first group.
Spain just want to, get the left side and win the left side and come with fresh air from there.
Yeah, and they're kind of
the
stuck
ones,
too.
yeah, I was actually curious. The ones that went to the right, they did a port start. Behind, like at the pin end, port start, they had to go behind, ducking everyone.
Right, so that's
I didn't really see why that was a thing, but
yeah, well, you can see here because that
maybe
group
the
to
shift.
the right, that group to the right has been up the entire time. If you compare the distance between Hong Kong and GBR Belgium, who's on port, for example, that's a big gap, and it's like 70 yards or whatever it is lead, in terms of distance to the mark. So if you look at this, getting on that port tack early looks like a huge gain right now. The Italians and the Dutch were the ones that were at the pin and ducked the whole fleet and poked out, and they're ahead of the group to the left of them. But that group to the right, it was even worth it to duck half the fleet for the Italians and the Dutch.
Amazing.
We'll see. I'm curious. I think the Brazil, if they commit
on the right
if
now.
they commit to the left that much, maybe they're just fed up. But they're quite smart sailors, so they have a reason why they go there. So I'm excited to see what they can find there. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Well,
I know
I guess everyone has a reason,
no, but you're right. There's a reason why they're staying on that board, and maybe they don't have the opportunity to go back, or they need to really be patient for something.
Yeah,
I wonder if they've overstood the ley line, though. I mean, it concerns me. I think you're being polite, aren't you, Nora? Because we are talking about the double Olympic champions. But
I'm not being polite. I'm just believing in them because they are really good sailors, and I'm always surprised on the race course seeing them. Even though they sometimes have horrible races, they end up coming pretty well off in the end.
And let's remember how that last race panned out. It was tricky, and the only reason why that lead 2 or 3 stayed in a 2 or 3 on that beat is because they were well clear. And there's a big pack between the Hong Kong and France and Austria right now. France, Granier and Ryu, they were a little back in the pack that last race, and now they have their bow free and they're showing what they can do. So
excited to see them in the top. Hopefully. Also rounding the top mark, the first top mark. But
the boat speed differences speak well for this side of the race course. So for the Spanish and the Brazilians,
which side?
The side that we're looking at.
Looking at. Okay. Sorry. Yep. Right there.
So the Brazilians and the Spanish are going about a knot faster than the boats on the far side of the course. So even if the angle hasn't been great, I just wonder if there's a little bit more breeze on this side.
Yeah, we're just looking at a discrepancy in the tracker. Maybe we're delayed, I think. So
I think your tracker is delayed. Mine looks different than yours.
Good. Yeah, it does look different. There we go.
But we see in the picture here the Spanish girls. They're actually a new team, new setup. Patricia Suarez and Maria Cantero. Maria Cantero, she used to sail the same time as I did sail, also during the Rio campaigning, and she had a break. She sailed last time, 2015 was her previous event, or 2014 in Santander. And she had many year of a break, and now she's back. She's done a comeback with a new skipper, so it's really interesting to see how this is going to go. She said this is her first event after 6 years. think about
amazing.
that.
I mean, in the history of the
Oh, first event of
49er
FX. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's only really been around since 2013.
Exactly. So.
That's most of the time that the 49erFX has been around.
Yeah.
But it's one thing to do well in one race. It's that consistency. To be able to put a consistent series together, I think that's going to need a lot more time in the boat.
This
Indeed.
I'm sorry to interrupt. This looks strangely like the other day where the right side was extended, but way past what we thought was the ley line. And when they came back, it didn't look pretty as the left started marching in. So
Yeah, now the left is marching in, but
strangely familiar.
it looks, even though it's a shifty, tricky like race course, but it just feels like there's some patterns. I'm not sure if I'm I'm saying it now.
But
And
we're watching it in this pretty binary way.
exactly.
So we're seeing colors in big groups, and we're seeing patterns.
I'm agreeing. Like as a sailor, it feels so confusing on the water when you see the boats and what's happening. But just looking at a tracker, it seems so simple.
So
That's why all the parents and everyone has so many comments on what's happening.
So here we are, Nora. You had faith in the Brazilians. You said there must be something there, and they have been on port tack, hammering. They are now on the tracker in first place.
And look at the boat speed differences. If you look at their boat speed is almost 10 knots. It's just touching 10 knots. They may be over the ley line. I'm not sure.
2 to 1 on some of the other boats.
Yeah, and the boat is moving beautiful. It looks really nice.
Yeah, but look
like
at this.
Champagne. Perfect.
Yep. And here they come. No problem at all. They stayed on that down starboard tack for a third of the beat, and then spent 2/3 of the beat on port, just hammering. And it wasn't just, it was their speed, but it was also the shift. They must have seen better pressure.
Yet again, the pin end has worked out as the winning place to start the race from. But I bet you the Brazilians were not feeling confident about that halfway up that leg. I think there was a bit of a wing and a prayer, even for the double Olympic champions.
Yeah. Even for them, I agree.
So here's this the Belgians
team
and the Spanish you were talking about, with that huge gap in their career. Hong Kong, still, they were probably the best ones to come out of that right pack.
Yeah, so they're sailing incredibly well, as are the Belgians. Belgium and Hong Kong having a great day. Great Britain going round in fifth. Then looks like a French boat went round there. Another French boat coming round next. And then we have Italy 72, Stalder and Sperry, followed by Netherlands 65, Van Aanholt and Sievers, second in the previous race. Not so good for them in this one. Very early hoist, quick hoist for them ahead of the Swedish. We're on board with Adil Van Aanholt very briefly there. Sweden and Austria then going into an early jibe set. First boat that I've seen to jibe set onto port. America back in the pack again. Robel and Shea with that number 3 on their sail tells us they were third in the previous Worlds in Geelong 2020, but struggling here today are USA. On board with Adil Van Aanholt, Elise Reuter, adjustment of the trapeze as we've come to get used to on this boat, and struggling to keep the boat to windward at bay. They really need to fight hard here, the Dutch, to make sure that they don't get rolled by the boat to windward of them. But look at that gap. Brazil with a 200-meter lead on the next place boat, the Spanish. Right 200 meters, can you believe?
Yeah, at the first downwind.
Yeah.
And we were talking about the change in pressure here. I mean, now they are not lower, not shoulders back down, but they are both flat out on the trapeze. And we see the breeze must be just a little bit windier, so still slow increase in breeze. This is the windiest we've seen. How fast are they going?
About 13 knots.
13 knots. Our top speed in the previous race was 11 knots, 11.5 knots.
Hey, looking at the tracking, hopefully we'll see it on the screen also. It looks different now, this downwind, compared to, I would say, most of the downwinds I've seen. Now you will see a bit of it. It's like a banana going from the one on the left side. Normally, the most of the times there's been gusts from the right side or something on the right, why it has gained to do a jibe set. Yep. And it looked really good, and I was almost about to say now it's gonna be looking good for the ones jibe setting, USA and Austria, but oh no, like this banana, everyone is just continuing on the left side.
Breeze down.
Yeah, and if when you see from how the tracking goes from upwind mark, it looks like there's more wind on the left side.
And it looks like that jibe set really didn't work for Belgium. coming out of there.
Or USA now it's gonna be.
Yeah, it's gonna. Well, USA,
this is gonna be brutal.
Belgium was in that top 5.
Belgium, yeah.
They're still in 6th, but
But I think they managed.
But
to
they
do,
went
they
round in
on the
second. I think Belgium went round in second place, didn't
yeah,
they?
Yeah, that's right.
I think they're gonna lose even more here. Let's see how the tracker.
And how Brazil
counts.
came in. Let's see if they're able to bring any more breeze down. We'll be able to tell if Brazil gets to have a puff, and it's a big stretch now, but to lay down to that mark. I'm always curious to see how conservative they are on their lay lines.
Yeah, looking at the angle, it's quite, let's say, interesting to see what's going to happen on the left side of the course. Everyone is jibing there now, but the angle, they're not jibing to the lay line necessarily. They want to do an early jibe maybe.
Give themselves some options.
Yes, so I guess the wind is really up and down, and because if you jibe at the end, at the lay line in the corner, you don't really have options anymore. That's like your final jibe, so maybe they want to jibe earlier.
Now tell me about that, to do a quick double jibe because they want to just go. That's the mark they went. That was beautiful. They didn't lose much speed at all.
They did it really well.
They took it down in the jibe and rounded. They just did their home maneuver in their jibe.
That's a tricky maneuver.
Right there.
Yeah, sometimes.
I'm sorry, everyone.
But sometimes
really
you have to
excellent.
practice those awkward,
we need to
entries.
have that in slow-mo for the highlights reel.
Yeah, that would be perfect. That was really nice.
It does look like their top batten is inverted too, doesn't it?
Okay, let's not make too many assumptions.
I think that is a trick of the camera. I cannot believe.
It looks like the back end of the batten.
I've been away from the FX fleets maybe 6 months. Have I missed something?
I was looking.
Is this like
for
the new?
something to critique that perfect round?
Here we see Helene Ness and Marie Renninger, the Norwegian team, coming in.
And round in second place, it's the Spanish, Suarez and Cantero. And then the Belgians have managed to just hold on to third. So we were worried about the Belgians. Maybe they're given too much away with an early jibe.
Right, but Hong Kong has really kind of pressed into that top 3 right there.
This is super interesting. It looks totally different than the other races. And Norway, as we saw, they're like pretty much the last boat at the moment.
So here's the difference here. No. Hong Kong did the same maneuver that Brazil did, and that shows you how hard that is. A newer pair doing the same exact maneuver, but it's way harder than they made it look. The Brazilians.
Yes. Yeah,
let's see who we got. Looks like the British actually climbed back up here too.
So they're having a good race, the British, because they are a new pairing. They're a one-time only pairing, actually. We got Netherlands 65, Adil van Aanholt and Sievers going around the left-hand mark. So they're the first boat. They're in 8th place, but they are the first boat, just like we saw Hong Kong do that in the previous race. We're on board with Van Aanholt and Reuter now.
To pick the left side, yeah.
It's the first boat to pick the left-hand side of the race course. So it's really not very popular, that left-hand side of the gate.
No, and actually it looks like Brazil, they picked the right-hand gate, but continued a bit, and they tacked, so they're all like crossing the race course, going towards the left at the moment. And maybe they're going back to where they came from.
Yes.
In the first upwind.
I was quite surprised that they went round the mark that they did, because I thought they'd done so well coming off the pin and going left. But
I guess they had the lead was enough. They had a 200-meter lead.
They could do what they wanted.
So if you think about it, you go more right, where maybe most of the sailors will go, and then you consolidate. You tack away and try to keep the control of the fleets.
Yes, yeah. So it looks like Brazil, just like we're looking at the Dutch here, they like the left-hand side. Adil van Aanholt just looking over her shoulder there just to check in on the fleet. You can see the Dutch bottom left of screen. They're in 9th place at the moment, Ned 65. But in the lead, clear ahead on the left hand of our screen is Brazil 12, the reigning Olympic champions, and absolutely showing a clean pair of heels to the fleet with a very good lead. It says 70 meters on the Belgians. I think it must be more than that.
The Brazilian team, they had a little break, as everyone, after the Olympics, and I'm surprised to see them back. I wasn't sure will they continue, but how I heard, they will at least do this event, and then maybe will we see them in towards the next Olympics as well. I don't know if there's any youth Brazilian FX teams, so it would be cool to see them continuing, but already 2 gold medals from the FX
Yeah, what's better
in the
than
Olympics. Yeah, like, are you gonna
I
make
can
it
think of something.
Can you think of third?
But
hat trick.
it's not that long to the next games, is it? It's 2 and 2/3 years. It's a short run into Paris.
Yeah, and for them, like at this
But
level,
that's
they could even have a longer break maybe and still do a comeback like we seen in the 49ers.
Yeah, and Andy, I think you have a really excellent point. It's a shortened quad. We've talked about how we've been wondering how a shortened quad affects things in many ways. And when you have such institutional knowledge like the Brazilians have, here we saw just a beautiful powered up tack, tacking back on the port finally, shy of the ley line, I think, that you have these skills. It's not a big startup like all these other teams are switching crews and trying to recover from their breaks. And it's an escalator, isn't it?
It is. I mean, I think
Or
some
can
of
be an escalator at least.
some of these skills in the FX for this team who've sailed together for so long, nearly 10 years together, those skills are almost like riding a bike for them now. You know, they can slot back into their 3rd Olympic campaign. As you say, Nora, they could probably take a longer break and they could still come back in really competitively.
And they're probably the only team that I would say could do that.
Do
like
that right now.
they earned it.
Yeah. And the longer other teams wait that have been at the top of the podium.
Yeah, and
the
if you
further ahead they get.
think about it, these girls, they had the first. I think they even sailed with the FX before it was announced. Like they were one of the first girls to sail with the FX. So they already had they were ahead of other FX girls when we started all these boats. Rio Olympics were the first Olympics when this boat was at the Olympics, and the first rigs came in 2013, something
so.
like that, just after London Olympics 2012.
So here we are. We don't have our trackers frozen at the moment, but man, isn't that a great feeling when you're in that position?
It looks like, are they training or just winning the race, or
exactly.
you're just so far ahead of everyone. You can barely see anyone. There's someone in the back right corner there.
But here's a question for you. Do you have a hard time when you do have a big lead? Because sometimes things can get tricky if it gets light really quick and you've just been really relaxed up there in the front and you hadn't been looking out for a big change and you can get caught out.
I guess the trickiest part, if you're leading that, you can't control the whole fleet necessarily. And the worst part is if the fleet divides into two. So there's like this left side and then there's the right side. You kind of have to choose, like, which side are you going to hold behind you. You just can't, if you sail in the middle, you just lose to both.
Right.
If you do left, you just have to hope that the right doesn't come better, because even with a 300-meter lead, anything can happen, especially in tricky winds.
Right, and Canada showed us in the first race that they were launched, but this is next level.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
200 meters at the first windward mark. It's probably going to be double that by the finish.
Hey, now we get some tracking, so we can update a bit what's going on. It seems like there's more fleet on the left side, so left is more popular.
Yep.
Canada going towards the right with, who is there? India.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they just tacked back, so I don't think they were ready to hang it out too hard to the right. The only way that they would be able to, they're consolidating right now, so the only way that they'd really be able to give it a go is if they just kept going. I hate that feeling when you feel like this is all I got, But in this race right now, that the tracker's showing a lift. Brazil, they're no dummies. Even though they're in the front, they've got not a lot of pressure. They are on the lifted tack. Spain really pushed out here, which was great. Belgium is
Spain kept the position, basically.
They kept the position.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I guess what I meant to say is that they have a little bit more breathing room.
Yeah, they do.
From Belgium right now.
And Belgium, they're also staying up there in the top.
Yeah. Little bit of pressure from Granier and Ryu, who really are hungry from coming back from that last race where they were in the teens. And it looks like, the interesting thing about France and Belgium right now, a lot of times when you have a boat on your air or close to your air, you can see it right here. This is perfect from what we're talking about. So the two boats in the very middle of your screen, France is to leeward. Nor they probably have clear air there, right?
They do. I'm looking at the boat beneath. Is it beneath Belgium,
It's the French.
the one further away, the French, they have clear air, but yeah, from this angle it looks like you know.
You feel it though as a skipper. You feel the pressure.
Yeah, you'll
not
feel
wind
it.
pressure,
It's
but like emotional pressure.
yeah, and it's tricky to see from the screen how it like do they actually have clear air? But if they wouldn't be able to stay there. Like
Right.
they would just drop off.
So this is what I was going to start talking about. Is this a lesson that the left shift is so big that even if you feel like you might be getting affected, you have to stay?
Yeah,
there are some occasions.
I guess they don't really have a choice. Like they could tack, and then they would go more on the left side of the fleet. But I don't think they want to. I think they really want to stay here, and get everything out of this shift, because there's no one approaching from the starboard, like
right. So you're not worried
layline.
about that side of you.
No, they should be
Everything's
more
behind you
worried
and to the
about the left or behind.
Mhm.
Brazil is at the moment on the starboard ley line, but we can't see them in the picture.
'Cause
They're
they're
still
launched.
a long way. The top wind mark is around on the left side of the screen. We just can't see it yet. We'll see it soon.
Andy, we see the fleet really spread out here at the top, even though Spain and France are relatively close. I think France is thinking, my next thing is really, I have a padding behind me. My next thing is to attack.
Yeah, I think so. You've got to pick your moment to make your move. And as you were suggesting, if you feel like you're on a big left-hand shift, you've got to stick with it, even if you're feeling a bit of heat from the boat above you. But coming back to our leaders,
it's a lot lighter now.
Yeah, very, very hard turn downwind by the Brazilians, but a very quick hoist and a beautiful Jenica. Doesn't it make life easier for us commentators to see these beautiful national flags? They should be compulsory for every event.
I think they should be compulsory. It would be, the fleet would look like super colorful, but it's tricky. Of course, if you think about second-hand market and everything.
Yeah, true.
You wouldn't, maybe if you purchase one Brazilian flag, like Spinnaker, then you wouldn't be able to sell it to someone. It would just mess up the whole.
I don't think anyone could afford a second-hand Olympic medal winning.
No, but there is a second-hand market indeed. So yeah,
the second place boat just went through across the screen, and third place boat. That is impressive. Now we know that they're excellent. They're two-time gold medalists. This happens to be, it's kind of hard to get that big of a lead.
And you see they're moving.
It's impressive.
Looking at the skipper Martine, she's Graela. She's moving really like calmly in the boat,
like a panther.
Yeah, you see, it's like she's still like there's small gusts. She's going out, but she's just super smooth in her moves. This is really, really nice to see. Like pretty sailing. Yeah,
really. And that's what's so nice about these boats. And we were making that comparison to the 470s, where there's an awful lot of kinetics in some of the slower boats. Even in this breeze, I bet you even if they allowed kinetics, they'd be sailing the boat the same way.
I think that's right. The faster the boat, the less the kinetics come into play, and the less Rule 42 is an issue.
And
you see watch an acceleration to almost 10 knots.
Yeah, and the skipper moving forward to get the wave. There's small waves. Because the skipper wouldn't be moving back and forth that much, Martine, if there weren't.
So Spain, second place, just rounded.
Yeah, yellow Spinnaker here.
Yeah, so it's now a 345-meter gap to the leaders.
Hong Kong.
And then we see rounding the top mark is now Belgium and France.
It shows France in third, but
is it?
But that's Belgium and then France. So. Yep, and it shows it now on the tracker as well. So Belgium,
they're keeping
France,
their
Netherlands,
positions,
and Hong Kong. Hong Kong lost a place or two. It shows Roble and Shea squeezing in there.
Ooh,
wow!
Wait, where did they come from? It looked horrible.
So that
previous.
would be that.
Let's see.
Well, that could be from the right, but
they were back in about 18th. So how did they make back 11 places? We'd love to know about that.
I will do some research here.
But also, again, great footage now. So remember, when we started off on that run, Grail and Kunze were just the skipper was on the trapeze, and then the Spain now both are on trapeze. So the breeze is back up. So something must have happened in that transition of breeze. The British are rounding. They probably lost a couple places as well.
Sweden just going round. That's Vesta and Tengstrom in 10th place. And then there's a little bit of a gap before we get to Croatia's
tell us what happened,
Ninčević
Nora.
and Michele.
What happened with
And
the U.S.?
then Passamonti and Fava. And then we got the Americans coming in after that. That's Wilmot and Reinecke, followed by the Canadians who won the previous race.
Oh, yes.
Oh, and this, yeah. What happened with them? I could just say now, the U.S. girls, Rubble and Shea, they went to the left in the second beat, second upwind.
And there was
So
a big
the left
pack
gained.
lined up with everyone there. So they must have positioned themselves really well after that, at the beginning of that beat.
And Canada has just been maybe stuck in the... maybe they couldn't find like lighter... Oh,
Here's
free
the second
breeze.
French boat.
And then the
Canada-
Finns coming
sorry.
round in 18th place. So these are the third place overall, wearing the number 3 on their jerseys, going into a jibe set, which sometimes is the move of desperation, isn't it?
It is I love that move though. when you're like,
Just
if you
do
had a
something.
horrible upwind and you have always the option to do jive set, and you're just like, okay, I'm just gonna.
But you know that you're
Flip the
rolling the
coin.
dice sometimes. It is a roll of the dice.
It is a roll of a dice. That's what I'm saying. But you love it because when you gain from there, it's just the feeling is incredible.
So more than a 10th place leap up the leaderboard for USA. Now they've
Going to the left side.
and now they've jibed. The one thing I'd like to see is when someone's on a roll like that, they sometimes keep that going from leg to leg. They're on fire. They've got something going on with them. So let's watch USA going on through the year. Let's see if they can keep that rolling.
Let's see. I think they've been
climbing.
looking at the fleet that did the jibe set. There's France, Italy, and Canada. Maybe it almost looks like they're going a bit quicker. So maybe they saw some potential wind breeze and they still wanna climb up. Team USA there, Rubble and Shea. Then talking about the Canadians who won the previous race. This is the second race today, 4th day.
Don't say it.
No, yeah, but I'm just gonna say they went to the right, the previous upwind, and that they died there. Remember, they were dead in the corner,
Yeah.
and now they're going back there. Yeah, of course the
Back
wind
on
has
the
changed,
side of the
so they're
course.
back at the right side. Interesting to see. It didn't work out for them.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Brazil not far from the finish now, so it's almost up to 400 meters, the advantage to Brazil over the second place Spanish. No one's going to take that away from Brazil, and they're going to be looking over their shoulder and just being thankful that they're not part of the mess that is about to ensue for the middle of the pack as they race across the finish line, because it's still looking very congested in the middle of this pack. But isn't it a strange sport where so often the leader breaks out into the lead and they just get further and further ahead whilst everyone else is just scrapping amongst themselves?
Yeah, and there's a saying, I think, that it's actually more difficult to sail in the pack of the mid fleets than in the front. Maybe it is correct, but just like also getting to the top positions is difficult. So once you get there and you get a bit of breathing space, then it's much easier.
Yeah.
Of course, depending on the wind, but tricky winds. We have a sea breeze today, so maybe the wind is not super tricky. It's not like offshore.
Right. Well, the proof is in the pudding with USA. We talked to see if they can keep their march going, moving like 12 places. They finally jibed on the starboard. The 2nd through 5th is on port. And let's see, we've got Brazil coming in, so we'll have Andy
So
talk us
Brazil,
through the line.
that is the reigning Olympic champions, winning the race by a country mile by more than 400 meters.
Incredible. Is that the longest distance of...
I don't know
We-
about that.
we
We
had-
can look into that, but it's their first race win of this
Like,
regatta.
technically, how long is a country mile?
So
It might be that
it's-
long.
it is that long. And here are the Spanish in
So this is
second.
the
And the
group on
breeze
port.
is actually up a bit now. They're moving much more. It looks like there's, things happening. They're going around 12 knots at the moment.
Wow, look at this. So this is exactly what we want to see. We see the group on port, and we want to see, is that Roble Shea in the blue kite?
They have the
They
USA
have the
kite.
USA,
USA
flag.
kite. So we haven't seen
So
them
maybe
yet.
that's
And there
France.
they
There they
are.
Yes.
Look at that.
The French are the ones with the blue kite.
USA in 3rd place at the moment on the tracker, jibing to consolidate.
What an amazing comeback by Roble and Shea. We thought they were
Incredible.
dead and buried. And meanwhile, We
Reversal of fortunes.
Norway 26 are in last place. I've just heard.
And
They
Norway
way-
are leaders of this event.
Yeah,
So
we don't know
will
what
that-
happened there. We'll have to do a little backtracking on
But
that.
I guess they're like 10 points ahead, or are they more?
10 points.
Yeah, so
So let's take a look. We're about second place coming in here. Hey, I don't want to pat myself on the back here, but I think that really happened with USA. Just had something going for them, and they just kept marching up through the fleet.
They
Yeah.
suddenly worked out, the scales fell from their eyes, and they suddenly worked out what this wind is doing, and
Yeah.
they made sense of a tricky wind.
And no one else did big gains like that. Maybe we had a big loss from Norway, so let's find out what
yeah,
happened
big loss
there.
from them. US were definitely the ones climbing up.
So Suarez and Cantero are second across the finish line. Great result for them. They were 8th overall going into this race. They were third in the previous race. In the last race of yesterday afternoon. So they seem to be on a charge. Robel and Shea, they confirmed that third place and a long way ahead of the rest of the pack who are fighting now.
Yeah.
On the
So
left
as they-
side, it's such a fight to come to the finish line.
And it's going to be so close to call for the next number of boats as they come across the line. But it's going to be Francis Lovedina and Ryu in 4th, Van Aanholt and De Ruyter in 5th, 6th, another French boat, Grenier and Ryu, closely followed by Belgium, Meinhout Gertz, 8th, Italy, Germany, Bertuzzi, Sweden's Vesta Tengstrom, in 10th place, Passamonti and Fava from Italy, Highfield and Choi dropped back to 11th for Hong Kong, in 12th, a little bit of a climb for the Lewin LaFrance sisters from Canada, 13th is Kears and Ainsworth, a drop down out of the top 5 for them, and 14th, the Schofeger and Farthofer team from Austria. So the whole fleet suddenly pours across the finish line all in one go.
And now we have left Italy and Finland, Norway. Such a gap. They're finishing now.
Yeah, what happened
What's
with this
what
group of
happened?
boats?
So let's...
And Norway all the way to the right side. We can't see them really. I think they're the white spinnaker on the right side there, further away. What on earth has happened?
So an absolute shocker for the teams that were in 1st and 3rd overall going into today. Disastrous race for the Norwegians, Helene Nice and Mary Ronningen, and
Wow, look at that gap.
the Finnish team of Ronja Gromblom and Vera Hocker. But a good enough race for Adil van Aanholt and Elise Reuter, who had a good finish in that race. They were in 5th in that race. And let's not forget that Adil van Aanholt and Elise Reuter have only teamed up this week together because their usual teammates are both injured. I mean,
Yeah, their respective teammates.
so what must they be thinking sitting at home? It must be absolutely gutting for those sailors, for Emma Sievers and Wilhelmine Offermans to be off the boat watching this race, and we just see, is that an Austria?
Norway.
Oh, that was
That's
Norway. That is
Norway,
Norway.
Norway.
So
Yeah, so we want to know. That
I
not
was
only-
looking at the trackers, so I can come back to you now with
Okay.
info. I checked the Finnish team and the Norwegian team, and why they had such a rough race. And it's funny, they actually went to the opposite sides, both on the previous upwind and on the downwind.
Each opposite side.
Opposite side, yeah. But it didn't work out for any of both. Like
They both lost it.
they
to
both
them.
both
lost,
sides
yeah.
lost.
So I guess it's just they couldn't find a good lane.
Yeah.
Like that highlights of how important it is to find that good lane, like meaning free winds.
And those were the two that were starting on port, I think.
Let me check to that as well.
Yeah.
Did they actually
and
start on
off the
port?
middle of the line. But they were in touch with the mid pack most of the race.
Yeah, they were definitely not. No, actually, Finland was all the way to the right in the
Okay,
start.
They were all to the right. Oh, okay, I was confusing with the Netherlands.
Yeah, so it looked good in
And
the
Norway?
start, but they just died on the right side. And Norway, still trying to find where Norway went in the start. Yeah, Norway and Finland went both to the right side. It just didn't work out for them. But then again, Hong Kong, Netherlands, Belgium, they were going towards the right. So I would say it's not so specific of who's on what side you went. It's more like finding the lane.
Right. Wow, well, how dramatic that race was
for everyone except the Brazilians.
Yeah.
It wasn't very dramatic for them, was it?
Yeah.
No, they
Not
went
at all.
left after the start, did their own race all alone basically, and just built the lead all the time.
Yeah, so best race for them, but in a way an even more impressive race for Roble and Shea to come back from
Huge comeback.
where were they? Something like 18th,
16th or 18th.
Far.
Yeah, to come back to third in that race. And Chris, you correctly predicted that once they found a little bit of mojo, they opened up a whole can of mojo that just kept them going through to third place by the end of the race.
It just shows you how magical sailing can be, because they found passing lanes where no one else found passing lanes.
Now we have
legs.
we have an interview. We want to try and fit this interview before the start of the next race. It's with the French FX team. So let's
hosts of the 2024 Olympics.
Right.
And talking about the effects of being the host country on this next quad.
Okay, let's hear what the French team had to say.
Mosquitoes.
You're safe now. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lara Granier. I sail with Amelia Liu in the 49erFX, and we're here at the 2021 World Championships in Oman. Since Paris is hosting the 2024 Olympic Games, we have the region of Marseille that is helping us a lot with funding and building a new place for hosting the Olympics, so we're very lucky with this. The sponsorship with the federation and the region is not exactly the same. The federation wants to put a lot of money in like the best team, and the region helps out like more like youth teams and teams that are growing up, like maybe that are not like the best team at the moment. For the moment, we're 5 boats in the French squad, and it's difficult because we don't all have the same level, but we try to train as much as possible together, and we try to build up like some kind of a team, French squad team. But it's complicated to always have the whole FX squad together at the same time in the same place. It's quite special to have the Olympics in our home country, but I guess the important is to work like as much as if it was in another country. Doesn't really change the main goal. I know that definitely there's one of the French teams that started sailing again because the Olympics were in the home country, and they're happy to do it because of the Olympics in Marseille.
I used to sail in laser radial until I lost the strail in Olympic of Rio, and after I sail in Nacra 17 also, and now I sail in 49er with Lawa, and I also sail with the French team in Sail GP.
We've been sailing together the FX for a year, and my crew used to sail the Nacra 17 and the laser radial before. I used to sail the 470 and the 420 before that.
It means a lot of things, in fact. And the first thing is we are really lucky to host the Olympic game, because it's easier, like about the financial and everything. But the most important thing that we have to be really focused on when we have to do on the water, because I think we can heard a lot of things about the Olympic venue and if everything is ready or not, but it's not, our job, and we have to be really focused on what we have to do and our sailing. in fact, I come from Brittany, you know, the north of France. So from 1 year, I live in Marseille fully time. So not I lost, but now I live far from my family. So for me, sometimes it's a bit hard, but you know, it's my main goal today. So I really motivate to do everything to improve my sailing and to be competitive on 49er boat and to maybe to win a medal for the next Olympic in Paris.
Our main goal is sailing.
Our main goal is exactly.
If it's not Olympic sailing, it will be the America's Cup or Sail GP. It's all about sailing.
Yeah, we live for that.
So it's a double-edged sword for me, competing to try and represent your country on home waters, because you've got that home water advantage. You're going to understand Marseille better than maybe any of the other overseas teams, but you've also got the pressure as well. So Nora, let's say the games were going to be in Finland. Would you see that as an advantage to you, or as an extra pressure that maybe would make it harder?
A tricky question. I would be honored to have the Olympics in my country, but I would maybe say, and maybe an extra pressure, yeah. But then again, you know, maybe it's an extra little lucky kick. Kind of like Oman yesterday in the 49er day. It was the national day of Oman, and the Oman sailors just made it to the Gulf Fleet. They had a great day. So maybe you get like an extra little
And
luck.
they had both. They had pressure, and then they had that exaltedness, you know, at the end of it.
Well, what a great way and a great day to come through into your first Gulf Fleet final, which we're going to be talking about Gulf Fleet in a little bit, but we've got one more FX race to go, and we've seen two very different winners so far. We're not seeing anyone dominate the day, and we're certainly not seeing the Norwegians dominate the day. I mean, we're still unpicking quite what went wrong for them, and Nora, you did a bit of analysis on the tracking and hitting a corner, whichever corner, isn't necessarily the winning move. It was on the first leg for the Brazilians, but after that it seemed like it was a bit more playing the pressure.
It was more playing the pressure and staying in your own free wins. But just hitting the corner, maybe it would have looked like that if you just made it simple. Oh yeah, they only went to the left, but we all know it's not that simple. Like, it wasn't just picking one corner and going there. That happened to some of the people, and it just didn't work out. You want to attack when there's a wind shift, and I think that's like the most important one. And like staying a bit fleet handling, like fleet control. I mean, staying close to the fleet, but still on the right side of the fleet. You know, the correct side.
Yeah.
Whichever it is.
Chris, just coming back to that national element of what we were just talking about with the French FX team building up to sailing in home waters. After Paris 2024, it's Los Angeles 2028. Is this going to be the long-awaited revival of USA Olympic sailing? Because, well, hopefully we see a Robel and Shea moment, because USA sailing has been back where Robel and Shea were at the start of that race, and they charged through to come third. Are we going to see some kind of revival? Because in '84, Los Angeles '84, golds and silvers across the board for USA. Haven't seen that for a while.
Yeah, and we know it's just a long road for a country getting back to strength, and we know that was long for Britain to get into its really strong point right now. In other nations, we're seeing France start to slowly build that. So right now the USA is, you know, on probably like a 10 to 20 year building program, really focusing on the youth. The fact that we have committed sailors like Robel and Shea and our 470 teams, they're just trying to get there. So we have a couple highlights, but we have a very young team. So, but you know, the next Olympics is 7 or 8 years away, 7 years away.
Yeah.
So we've got a little bit of time.
Yeah, and Paul Cayard, he has a leading role in US sailing now.
He does.
Obviously a great star sailor, world champion.
Olympian himself.
Yes.
From Athens.
That's right. And wasn't far out of the medals either, as I remember.
No.
Something like 5th or something like that.
He wasn't at all, 4th or 5th.
Yeah.
5th, probably. But yeah, here we go. Really close to the start.
1 minute 20, just over a minute anyway. And we've got French team lining up, trying to work out if that's the French that we were just seeing in the interview.
5:03. Yeah, Granier and Rio.
Okay,
Yeah.
so just jibing out of that position, maybe a little bit too close for comfort. That leaves the Finnish team lining up there. What's their starting ability like, Nura? They're good starters?
They're actually really good starters. That's one of their, their benefit of they start really well. So, and actually, that's a nice benefit to have. Like, you want to be good at starting. It's easy then. The racing is much easier if you have a good start and you get to the top.
And from that drone shot, they've got about 30 seconds to go. Will they be able to hold that spot for 30 seconds? They
They're
look like
doing
they're
a
in pretty-
double tack now, and if there's only 30 seconds to go, that's quite a double tack quite late, but they still managed to do it together with the Dutch above them.
About
Just
15,
trying to stay
10
there.
seconds.
Yeah, now there's like the line is really like
Everyone's
straight.
right up on
Everyone
the
is
line right
super
now. It's
close.
Beautiful, beautiful. That double
Like
tack.
super
Just about to launch.
nice
Here they
sailing.
go. But Finland are bailing
yeah,
out just
I
at the
think
last moment. And
Holland
the
had-
Croatians. So disaster
Dutch,
for them.
yeah.
Sorry, the Dutch, you're right. It's Adil van Aanholt. So in the end, pin end is won by the Belgian team. And the Croatians and the Brazilians just up on their shoulder.
Wow, that was interesting. I think the Belgians might have seen it, but that's always a tricky move. Like, you don't know, will they make it or not?
The Belgians already stretching away.
So the Belgians, they've been sailing around 3 years together now. They used to sail the Nacra, both of them. Obviously not together because Nacra is mixed, but they used to sail Nacra with some of the guys, but they decided to team up together and sail the FX.
Yeah, I didn't know much about the Belgian team. Evie van Acker from the Radials is their probably most famous female sailor of all time. But it's great to see this team, did really well in the last race, and I think they're making a bit of a charge right now.
I agree. They're having a really good day, these Belgians, and they put themselves in pole position. This is the place from which the previous two races have been won today, effectively. So
Yeah, we can see the Brazilians also wanting to get there, but maybe just they couldn't find that perfect place on the starting line to do the same as they did in the previous race with the 400-meter lead to the finish. But they're trying. They're trying to stay there. It looks like they're maybe a bit in a, like
I think the Brazilians are in a tough spot.
Yeah,
I mean,
they look in really tough spots.
I don't quite know how it's gone so wrong for the Brazilians so quickly, but it seems like the fleet has climbed out above the port tack starters. So maybe you look at that French boat. Is it France 123? And they're actually in different breeze. They're going 5 or 10 degrees higher than the Belgians. And you see the Belgians just picked up a bit more breeze, but actually looks like the wheel, the Belgians are on the outside of a wheel.
The French are Lavadina, Riu. They're actually are they leading at the moment, or is it the Swedish Wester and Tengström?
And the one thing that we noticed here that was different than the previous start. Now we know that this race course can have really big holes. We saw with the Finnish and Norwegian teams in that last race, really got flushed. But the one thing that we noticed difference about this start was everyone was up on the line. A lot of boats in the middle of the fleet. And there's this little bulge on the tracker here where the fleet is really strong in middle left. So those are all that big bulge that started in the middle of the line, right up on the line. It's almost like they saw a breeze in the middle of the course and it pulled them up on the start line.
Yeah, whether they saw that, I don't know. I think maybe that's giving them too much credit. I just think they've been a little bit lucky, and the Belgians have been a little bit unlucky.
Mm-hmm. In terms of it almost like feels like a shearing with the French boat and the Spanish team. Yeah, I mean, we all know that feeling when you're all in the same lane, you feel like you're in the same piece of water, and you look over your shoulder and that they don't look like they're pointing much higher, they're just moving, opening gauge.
They didn't do anything clever, they were just in the right place.
Yeah.
But we're back on board with Adil van Aanholt and Elise Reuter, and this team sailing together because their respective teammates are back home injured. So this team sailing really well considering that they haven't worked together before.
It looks like the Belgian team really wanted to get back to the right. These other teams are happy to keep going, but they tacked and ducked the Croatian team on their hip.
And they won't be happy that there's a boat to windward of them. I'm trying to see if it's maybe a French boat.
Yeah, it's the French 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I think the Belgians, they had a good start and winning the left basically, and now they tucked away. I think they kind of gave away their spot. Like the tack just doesn't look too good going to the right, but I guess there's more wind coming from the right side. I don't know, is it just me seeing some gust on the right side there, or does it always just look darker when you think it's darker?
This is the first time that I've seen that a contrast difference. So if we can see it from here,
gusts.
It might actually be, no. If we can see it from here, I think it actually might be something. So
now we have
motorboat waves here.
Yeah, there are Croatians and Italy. A bit tricky with those waves. They're so close to each other. Why are they so close to each other? It's like the Italians are trying to like make them uncomfortable.
Their own personal match race that nobody else cares about. But if you remember, this is roughly where Brazil was when they tacked over and ended up surging into the lead. Will it work for Croatia this time round? Well, we'll have to see.
The one thing I do know is that there are more boats in the middle of the fleet, right in the middle of the course right now, than we've seen it in any of these races. And so that means that even if you're to the right, with Norway to the right, not on the tracker, not having a great race, they're down almost a full ladder rung from the front row. It doesn't look like you can have a chance to come back unless the breeze dies very quickly. And I think a lot of changes happened in that last race on the top of the second beat when Brazil got there and it was really light. But the one thing I do see here is, man, this looks like almost like just right after the start here in this group in middle left. I see opportunity.
Yeah, opportunity on the left, but look who's on the right. Norway 26, and it's not looking good for our series leaders at the moment, is it? As you say, Chris, they're a ladder rung further back on the leading pack.
Yeah, what we mean by that is just these big gaps, at least on our tracker, are real. It shows where how far up the course these boats are.
So we've got Brazil amongst the pack on the left-hand side, but the leading boats seem to be coming out in the middle with Vesta and Tengström from Sweden nominally holding the lead pretty much square bang in the middle of this racecourse, which you don't often see.
And this is really close.
Vesta and Tengström, the Swedish girls, they're actually a new team. They only sailed for a few months with each other. I talked to them earlier today, and it's fun to see those two sailing together now. A lot of new teams, but like all teams switching up, finding new crews and skippers to sail with. So it will be an interesting Olympics coming up this Olympic next.
And the Dutch have a great reputation as a federation for moving sailors around. Where normally in most countries, sailors, you choose who you sail with. You see somebody you get on with, and you're friends with them, and you want to sail with them. In the Dutch, we've seen this with the Yngling. We've seen this in the past with the 49erFX. They tell you, no, you're sailing with them. It's a bit like being in a rowing squad. You just said you're in this boat and you're going to row with these people. I just wonder what's going to happen after. Adil van Aanholt and Elise de Ruyter have sailed a world championship together. If they do well here, how's this going to affect the way that the Dutch team sail together? It's an interesting question. We're back with Helene Naes and Marie Ronningen. They got a lot of catching up to do in this race, but they seem to have some wind to do it with.
I think they need a little flow now after the previous race just went pretty horrible for them. They really need to get back into the groove.
Yeah, what do you think? I guess every boat has a cheerleader, right?
Yeah, is it then the skipper or the crew?
Yeah, do you know?
I would think it's the crew.
In this case.
In this case, but I don't know. This is why we want to hear what they say on the boat. It was super interesting to hear their communication. Also during the Olympics, when there were, you could hear the communication of the teams. There's a lot of like insights and like hearing how they talk to each other. Is it, as we talked earlier, is the skipper saying, "Hey crew, sheet in, sheet out, wait in, wait out," or do they kind of like mind their own business, trust each other, and focus on their own things?
Yeah, I think it's very different, and culturally it's very different as well. I've heard that the Irish are working on removing their swear words from their language because they know that they're going to be wired for sound in future 49er World Championships. They know they're going to be wired for sound because they were at the last Olympic Games, and there were some sailors, in fact, come back to Dylan Fletcher, he was even concerned that they might be Rule 2 or Rule 69 if the wrong language came out of their mouths live on global TV.
Oh yeah, that's tricky because English language, if I
everyone
swear
knows
in
our
Finnish,
words. Yeah.
some people would only know it. But
Well, here we go coming into the weather mark. I've been watching this all along, and it's almost like it's been the same start. I think my tracker's broken. It looks like the start line all over again.
Yeah.
This is where very specific skills come in handy, not just with shifts, but how to pin and balance your fleet management as you come to this weather mark.
And would you want to be Croatia, who are front of picture right now? They were just stuck out on their own on the far side with the Italians, but they look like they've got a sniff at the front of the fleet, but they're on port tack. They're going to have to nip through in front and behind a few bows and transoms of the starboard tackers that we see now.
it looks like the top 10 of the fleet is within 70 meters of each other. It's so close.
Awesome.
Oh my God! Let's see what happens here. Will they make it? The Croatians, it actually look like French. They're just at the moment we can see them in the picture.
Yeah, both
Coming on the starboard. I think they will be indeed in the top. They will be leading this race. The Croatians are coming in from the port ley line. We will see them soon, but yeah, they're not there yet.
So Lovedina and Ryu go round in first place for France, running in to start hoisting the Jenica, and it's going to be a France 1-2. So that video that we played about the Marseille squad seems to be bringing out the best of the French team, but it's messy for the Croatians as they go round. I wonder if there's going to be an incident. Will the umpires get involved? And look at the port tackers trying to break through. And a lot of early jibe sets there as well. Surprisingly large number of jibe sets, which surely is playing into the hands of the race leader, Lovedina and Ryu, stretching their legs and already now out to a 70-meter lead on the rest of the fleet.
There's already someone, I think one of the Italians got stuck there. I'm pretty sure they touched the mark. They're doing the penalty turn. Actually, and they're doing the penalty turn in the worst place possible. You should never do the penalty turn beneath the mark.
But you don't have a choice, right? You've got to take your turn when you've got to take your turn.
You got to take the turn, but you could, of course, if you can drive up towards where there's fresh wind, you want to do that. But yes, you're going to take the turn straight away. Or you should, at least. Oh,
there's a story about that. I'll come back to that. But I'm really surprised to see that the second French team jibed away where they did. 5:03. They were second round the windward mark. They do a jibe set. And you never do a jibe set when you're leading the fleet the first time round the windward mark. Surely that's a schoolgirl error, isn't it, Nora?
Where, yeah, I agree. I was thinking, and I'm like, no. Actually, I agree.
To see Canada, sorry to talk over you guys. To see Canada in second, which is great to see them coming back. They had a 1:12
comeback
yesterday in the beginning of the day. They had a 1:12 today in the beginning of the day, and now they're back in second, which is really great to see. I want to argue with you guys just for a second. It was the right side, even though it was late, that came in at the top of that beat. So in your head, you have this thought where if you're just thinking about breeze, I'm going to go take the rest of that shift. But they probably didn't take into consideration how many boats were up on that starboard tack.
But you know what, Chris? It's not looking too bad for France 5:03 going down the other side of the course. They had to eat a lot of bad air to get through to where they did, but it doesn't look too bad once they've popped through that bad air. But yeah, is it a price worth paying? We'll have to find out when they get to the leeward gate. Meanwhile, in the lead, we see, it's a bit of a slow up for France 1-2-3 through the jibe, but they get back up to speed again. And it's Canada with the aubergine kite just going out of picture to the left. And it looks a bit soft for the French. I think the Canadians are maybe looking across at the leaders and thinking, I don't really fancy that much. Maybe the Canadians are going to carry on a little bit further.
Yeah, let's jibing to the middle of the course. You would maybe normally not do it too much. There's like a wind gap just beneath. There's so many boats coming in, like a normal, like straight hoist. on the left side, so the French maybe have a bit less wind, unless you actually see that there's something new coming on the other side, on the right side of the course. We have the French 503, Granier and Rieu on the right side of the course, and it looks like they might actually come quite well from there.
What I'm really surprised about is that, actually I shouldn't be surprised about this, but this whole fleet rounded in one big pack, almost like the starting line. There was really not a big distance between the first and the last boat. But I am surprised that the group stayed together on the starboard board. Yes, I agree with what Andy said, don't peel off too early unless you have a massively awesome opportunity. But once you get down that leg, that group stayed together for a long time. That can't be fast.
No, it's true. I mean, if you can find your way into clear air and have your own lane to sail in downwind, you definitely want it. But yes, not too sure what the reasons for that would be. It does seem like France 1, 2, 3 is holding on to the lead. Canada threatening to overtake them from the left-hand side, so the Canadians certainly more of a threat for the lead. And then on the right-hand side, the green boat of France 503 still hanging in there. Remember, they were second around the windward mark, and they ate all that dirty air to get over to that side, but it's not worked out as badly for them as I thought.
Then we have the Brazilians all the way to the right. It looks like they're over the ley line according to the tracker, but I like that move of going a bit over the ley line or pushing it until the end, especially in lighter breeze. They're going 12 knots downwind. It's not super quick,
but what's great is when you get to the leeward gate and you're still coming in with speed when everyone else is soaking in there.
And especially we will see this lower mark, this gate, it will be crowded. We will just see it will be super crowded, and you want to come in there with speed.
The big gains here that we've seen is Norway's just has to stay above this big group here, but it's USA and Brazil. They were in the teens, and now they are really climbing through. They must have had really great speed. They kind of halfway down or a third of the way down, they split off to that right-hand side, and that's where the biggest gains are right here. We should be happy for Norway that they're getting their mojo back, but USA and Brazil, almost out of nowhere, but they got on their own, going really fast. That's a dangerous pair to leave on their own.
It absolutely is, and it gives more credibility to going to that side than I was worried about 503 being over there, the French boat, but you see those quality teams of Brazil and USA over there. Back to the leaders, we're looking at France 1, 2, 3 with the blue Jenica, behind them past Canada, so France still leading fairly comfortably from the Canadians, and getting down towards the bottom of the course towards the leeward gate. And now the question tactically for the French is which side of this tricky course are they going to choose? And is that the Croatians I see there with the blue, white and red kite? No, that's Netherlands. That's Van Aanholt and Reuters. So they're having a good run. They might even overtake Canada for second place going around these marks. But clear round in front of France 1, 2, 3. That's Lovedina and Rieu. And around in second place, or second equal, it's now the Dutch, Ned 65, with Canada going out the far side, out of picture. Sweden 45, Vester and Tengstrom, the new pairing, sailing well in Sweden 45. And a bit of a gap back to the next boat, which I think will be the Belgians on the left of picture, just going into a jibe. Maybe jibing across to the right-hand side. Finland coming in, much better showing from Finland after a disastrous last race for the Finns. Gromblom and Hocker. Bit of a slow rounding, but they're getting the boat up and running. And then the next pack coming in, we can see Spain on the right-hand side. Had a great race earlier. I'm sure I saw Spain higher up the pack in this race. I think Spain is having a bit of a shocker. Here's France 503. They were second round the windward mark. They're now back to fifth, and they've lost a lot of distance compared with the leaders. Norway 26. Great gain from Norway 26. They were dead and buried up the first beat, but a really good comeback by Nace and Ronigan, who we see on board now.
This is really great footage. So when Brazil and USA were coming in, looking in third, fourth place, all these boats, when they met, they went deep and slow. And all of a sudden, big 5-boat shifts just happened in the positions distance there, and you saw that right behind the Norwegian team here, what it looked like. That's when things get really messy, when all these boats have been sailing around the course together.
And you can see the Norwegian skipper, Helena, she's struggling. She's going back and in and out of boats, trying to keep the boat speed up. But it's always like, even though they just managed to do a nice rounding without like being super crowded, they still get affected by the crowd because they're just in their wind shadow and they're like, oh, trying to squeeze out to get into new air.
I think the biggest team here that made the best gains is the Netherlands at the top. When everyone came to the top weather mark, they just kept themselves in the top 8. Then they made just the right choices on the run. And then when they got right down to the bottom of that run, they picked the right mark. They got through 3 boats that were going slow and deep. And now here they are in second place on the tracker. And in clear air. I think that's the, we thought early in the last third that it was USA and Brazil, but they got stuck. And the Netherlands took a leapfrogged a whole bunch of boats when the whole fleet came squeezed between those 2 marks.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant sailing by the Dutch team. They continue to amaze me. You can't just get in a 49erFX together without training together and do this well.
And I think with the Dutch, they're doing it a bit differently compared to other countries. They're swapping a lot with the sailors. So they have the Dutch team has a lot of sailors and boats, and then they can just swap and like mix and match however, and that makes them also really good sailors. They're able to sail with whoever. So they can just adjust quickly to a new crew, a new skipper. I think that's just one of the benefits that country has, that they have this ability to switch, because in some other countries maybe the country doesn't own the boats, it's the teams, they own their boat and make their own campaign, so you don't like mix, you don't sail with other crews, not like maybe training partners, but
yeah, I was raising that point as a disadvantage earlier, but I think it's a really interesting point, that being forced to sail with other sailors, you're going to learn faster because you see different ways of doing things. And then we see the team that we're talking about, the Dutch Ned 65, this crew sailing together in a World Championships for the first time, and currently in second place after some really good tactical calls down that run that you were talking about earlier, Chris.
And we know with Odile, we were talking about how relaxed she was earlier in the week. I mean, she was singing when she was getting her boat ready. She's a smiley, happy person.
Oh, so she's such a happy person. I see her in the morning at breakfast and she's so happy and always like, singing and smiling.
Her parents are here. The other thing about her, and we had the French sailors in that interview before, just like Amélie Rieu sailing in the Sail GP, Odile sails in 69F. She's done a series with foiling triple-handed boats in Lake Garda. So getting those diverse skills in high-performance boats, I think, gives you confidence. It says, I can do this in this boat, I can transfer my skills in other boats, and then I can bring back what I've learned. And
exactly.
I think those are like mini little superpowers, and it shows she's confident, and they're sailing really well.
I totally agree with that diversity approach of sailing as many different types of boat as you can. I think that strengthens your main focus. And if the 49erFX for the next Olympics is your main focus, going off and doing other things outside of the FX is actually still a really valuable thing to do.
Well, there's a big difference in this race course right now. It's definitely left side favored, and the majority of the first group got over there already, and they've tacked. And we see the French and the Dutch really strong. I think that reminiscent of the Brazilians in the last race. But again, we still have a really big peak here.
And similarly to the first beat, where we saw the boat that won the pin, I think it was the Belgians. They got lifted out by other boats that just had a better breeze that was further to the right. Look at the tracks there. There are boats on the left-hand side like the Norwegians and the Croatians, and there are other boats to the right of them that are just on a much higher track. It just seems like the further right you are on this course, the more right the breeze is.
It does, but the Norwegians, they have quite like free winds there, so it's interesting to see, will they stay in the top or will they lose to the pack on the right side?
I think maybe there's more breeze on the left, so even though the direction isn't as good, it might be that you get out of jail on the left because there's better strength of wind over there.
Yeah, what I like to watch here is, we've been picking out boats that have been the ones making the right incremental decisions to get themselves up through the fleet, like the Dutch just did in this race, like the Brazilians and the USA tried to do this race and they got slapped down at the leeward mark. But there's this pack in the middle of the fleet, and if we look down, Sweden, we haven't seen Sweden in this group, so that's about right now. That's on a march, and Netherlands was on a march, and I think they have a nice big gap. The French are still staying stuck, and Finland. So I think Sweden and Finland and Norway, all those boats were in the teens in the beginning, in the middle of that first beat.
Right.
Yeah, I think the second upwind was for them, or it looks like it's been a gain, indeed.
But they're not these big leaps into fifth place. It's 2 boats, leverage. 2 boats, leverage from the other side.
I guess it's the weather today, like really shifty, and like you just have to take every boat that you can get. Like sometimes on the water you feel like, I just want to, get ahead of everyone. But actually the right way to do it maybe in a day like this is just, taking the shift a bit better than the others near you, gaining 1 boat at a time.
Yeah, a little bit more mentally exhausting. But what we're seeing here going in and out, Nora, I wanted to ask you as we watch the Dutch team here, they seem a little bit more stable in and out. Maybe that's the breeze or clear air. But is it sometimes where the skipper will be like, I'm going to stay out, you move around a lot because we're both going in and out at the same time and this isn't working for me?
Yeah, that's a really valid point, and that normally happens when it's wavy. First we have to say the French coming up, going around the top wind mark.
It's about an 80-meter lead for them. So Lovedina and Ryu just getting their kite up, and there you see the second place boat, the Dutch that we were just talking about. Oh, it's not a good hoist though.
Oh yeah, but they have time. They have time and space to do this. But that's a tricky one. That's horrible. How did the kite fall in the water?
Well, they're 15th overall going into this race. So, I mean, they are sailing well above their normal abilities.
They are. And I think they're really happy about this race. So let's just hope that they stay there. Maybe it was a bit of a nervous thing, that kite falling in the water. It's normally the skipper adjusting the heel of the boat, or then there's something wrong why it falls in the water. I don't know, or just
something got jammed.
Too slow to pull up the spinnaker, but that shouldn't be the case.
They're up and running now, so not too much harm done. We see the Finnish boat going upwind, and they're actually pretty far up there. So that gives you a sense of just how big the gaps have become now between the leaders. And we're not going to see a runaway win of the country mile that I talked about with the Brazilian team in the race earlier. But this is still an 80-meter lead for the French over the Dutch, and it's 270 meters back from the leader to the third boat. So the first 2 boats are really on a big breakaway. And
maybe it's now. We saw the interview of the French just before this race, so
it's lucky. It's lucky for them. Yeah. Well, we're going to have people paying us to do interviews with them now.
Indeed.
I doubt that. But anyway. But looking at this, I think if all things stay the same, I think we know that Sweden and Finland made a really great incremental march, and now there are these big gaps where it doesn't always happen when you make these gains and then you have this breathing room. It's you make these gains so that you relax and then you get past again. So I think this group, Netherlands, Sweden, Finland, and particularly Norway, they should be really, do you know how hard that is mentally to be on top of this fleet, be really relaxed, and then have a total sinker of a race to shake your nerve and to come back through such a hard race course. I think that shows an awful lot of maturity on the part of the Norwegian team.
Absolutely. And then round in fifth place is Grumblum and Hocker, so they're having a good race. The Norwegians hanging in there in 6th, are overall series leaders. Now round goes another French boat. They were up there earlier. Then the Belgians, they were also up there earlier. So they're still in the top 10. The Belgians, the last boat we saw, is in 7th place. And then it's another 70-meter gap to the Canadians, who are likely going to be the next team round. And just for another bit of perspective, Grail and Kunze are in 10th. And just looking for where Robel and Shea are, they're back in 17th. So it's all caved in for the USA team, unfortunately. Roundgo Canada are race winners in the previous race. Sorry, in the first race of the day. And then Austria's Schofegger and Farthofer soon to be followed by the Croatians, and then the Brazilians, the reigning Olympic champions Grael and Kunz, in 11th place as they are about to round this mark. And then Suarez and Cantero, the Spanish team that was second in the previous race, followed by one of the many Italian teams, Germani and Bertuzzi. Look at the lead for France, 1, 2, 3 on the left of picture, and Netherlands 65, the first two on a total breakout from the rest of the fleet.
I see a downwind leg just like the last one. Big group, not separating, and we know what happened there. We know boats took a lot of opportunities. And if all things shape up just like that last run, which they very well could, it's not just grabbing that opportunity like Brazil did, separating at the right time and coming back in with speed. It's everyone coming in at the same time at the end and figuring out how to manage that, executing that after you've made your gain. And I think, let's see if I'm right here, but I think that's going to happen on this run. But there's going to be a lot of changes and opportunities right at that finish, and this is where it matters. You don't have any other time to capitalize on your gains.
There's not a lot of appetite for early jibing though at the moment, and Helene Naser, Marie Ronigan are looking over their shoulder, looking at who's going to be the first to break away. But a bit like you said on the previous run, I think it was, Chris, that there was a lot of boats just hanging there on starboard jibe, no one really wanting to make the first move.
There's a little bit more breeze than the last run too, but again, when they all come in together, it's not going to feel like a lot of breeze, and that setup and how you manage throwing your elbows around at this finish. You watch this finish, I think it's going to be aggressive.
Yeah, and it's been a left trend. Like I was looking at the tracker, the French and the Dutch, both in the fronts, they've been doing more left this race. So it's been a bit of a different race. Again, the third race of the day. Every race has been super different from each other. But you say USA, Rubble and Shea, they're doing the early jibe again.
Yeah.
They do like the early jibe, don't they?
Yeah, I am actually personally also, I prefer the early jibe. It's quite nice. Yeah, I feel like you can gain. If you're in the back like they are now, like you have all the potential to gain. You have nothing to lose. That's where you're just gonna be like, okay, jibe early, hope for the best.
And it looked like it was going so well for them, having made that move on the previous run, and then the cameras moved to something else, and then when we saw them next time, they were just nowhere. It disappeared for them.
Got stuck somewhere.
Yeah.
But now we see the corner on the left have jibes in and coming also towards the middle.
And not far to the finish line now for France. 1, 2, 3. Mathilde Lovadine and Marine Rioux. And they 15th going into this race. This race win will surely lift them up the rankings. Will they be able to knock on the door of the top 10? Congratulations to the French team. Absolutely amazing. And they're going to be so happy about that. By far and away their best score so far this week. And will that launch them to another level of confidence? We see the Dutch, Ned 65, they are similarly just as comfortable in second place. No one can touch them. And Adil van Aanholt and Elise Reiters sailing fantastically together for a team that have only just been thrown together in the last few days. So really impressive performance for the Dutch. Then a long way back to Sweden 45. It's going to be Vesta and Tengstrom who are going to take third place in this race for Sweden.
I think big picture wise on the overall leaderboard is you'll see the Dutch getting a lot closer to the Norwegians in this exchange of last races.
They are, and they had 2 fifth places today.
Yeah, you would think probably that the Dutch are going to move into the overall lead. This is the Swedes who are coming across the finish line for third place. Clara Vesta and Malin Tengstrom, a new pairing, both experienced 49erFX sailors, but pairing up for the first time after the Tokyo Games.
Talking about the Dutch, it looks like they're actually leading the regatta at the moment.
Okay.
So it's interesting to see now after this race, but for sure, if finished second, they will indeed be winning.
And Clara Vesta and Malin Tengstrom just outside the top 10. They were 11th going into this race, so it was quite a distant 11th as well. So whether this will be enough to get them up into the top 10, it may not be. But they're going in the right direction with a very solid third place across the finish line.
Yeah, and I think they will be really happy as a new setup, a new team, just to do well and starting off their Paris campaign.
And Ronja Gromblom and Vera Hocker, they were fourth going into this race. They're fourth across the finish line. Very solid finish for them after a poor 19th place in the previous race. A good comeback for them.
They were, third overall coming into this day, but looks like the results might have switched a bit, but still in the top. I think they're around fourth, but we'll see how this will affect.
So no, we haven't seen Nason Ronigan go through the finish line, but they were fifth. Then it was sixth, Belgian Mainheit Gertz, and then it was seventh. The boat we're looking at now is Grenier and Riou from France. So good racing for the French, winners of the race with Lovadina and Riou, and the next French boat, Grenier and Riou, in seventh place in that race. And the Canadians are going to be next in. There's still 100 metres to go though. Big gaps back to the next part of the pack. It's going to be Canada's Lewin Lafrance, who won the first race of the day, followed by the winners of the second race of the day, Grail and Kunz. But actually it's Grail and Kunz. It's going to be close. It's going to be a close one with the Canadians just jibing in. Is it going to be enough? So Canada just gets ahead of Brazil by the length of a spinnaker pole.
That was a really close finish and a good move from the Canadians to jibe there. They would have missed it otherwise.
Croatia's Ninčević and Michele Vituri coming across in 10th place. And then, sorry, go ahead.
That was a great comeback for Brazil. We saw them split early, just after the Americans.
And then the next boat's going to be Spain. They're a little bit soaky. They're coming in slowly here with both sailors stood in the boat, but it's enough to get them across the finish line in 11th, ahead of Austria, ahead of Italy on the far side, and then Robel and Shea with USA 3 coming across in 14th place. So a bit of a disappointing finish for the Americans. Germani and Bertuzzi from Italy, followed by the other American team, Wilmot and Reinecke, who at one point were last in that race. So a good gain and a comeback to 17th place for Wilmot and Reinecke.
It gets really, it didn't come in like I exactly had planned, but there was a big pack coming there. When they do come down slow together in those groups, it's shocking that you have to, sometimes commit to going hot even though you look like you're losing a bunch of boats.
So we haven't got long to round up what we've just seen with the FXs, but the outcome of all of that is that Odile van Aanholt and Elise Reiter, a new team, the Netherlands 65, now take the lead in the World Championship. An incredible performance by them. A lot more mixed behind them, and I haven't seen how the scores stack up if once we've slot in the race that we've just seen, which was won by the French team of Mathilde Lovadina and Marine Riou, who started the day with a 19th, then got a 4th place, and then won that race just then. So they are eating their way up the leaderboards. They've climbed up to 13th at the moment. Will they be able to get up into the top 10 before the medal race? Quite possibly they will. We've got a long interview that we want to go into, and then when we come back to you, we're going to be doing the 49er Gold Fleet. But if that interview is ready to run, it's a really interesting one with a 49er sailor that is about to hang up his boots and retire from a long and successful career in the 49er, and it's a 49er FX sailor that's just getting on her road to the Olympics. So let's have a look at that video now.
I am Chris Museler. We are at the 2021 Nacra 17 49erFX and 49er World Championships, and I'm with two pretty awesome crews, or actually totally awesome crews here from the regatta. We have...
Hi, I'm Shweta Shervekar from India.
And...
Hey, I'm Paweł Kołodziński. I'm from Poland.
Great, and the reason why we brought these two here today, we always try to learn a little bit about the people that are sailing in the event. Everyone comes from fantastic backgrounds. They're all highly intelligent and hardworking athletes from their countries, but we want to learn a little bit about their backgrounds and then get some people together that can learn from each other. The reason why we have Sweta and Pavel is because Sweta is not only is she an emerging nations coach and a doctor, but she is relatively new. She did FX about 2 or 3 years ago. And
I left sailing and again was completely into coaching, and we did some 470 mixed class. And just recently, a month ago, I found a committed partner like towards the new campaigning of 24 Olympics. So yeah, full-time sailing now.
awesome. And so that's pretty new at least in the FX with this partner. And Pavel, you've been in the FX since before the 2012 Olympics in London, right?
Yes, maybe I was not an FX, but a
Yeah,
49er.
Sorry, 49er.
Yeah, we started sailing with Lucas on I think August 2010.
Now, the important part of this conversation right now is that Pavel, this is his last World Championship in the 49er since you started sailing. You've been sailing full time. You have a family, and you probably have other things in your life you want to accomplish. Tell me just a little bit about, what weight that put on you for the past 11 years, traveling a lot but still starting a family.
I think everyone has to be concentrated on and focused on the sport program, but in the middle you can fit family life, but you have to have partnership with your wife and grounds around. So it was for me 11 years of great training program, and I could make a happy family, and now I change the priorities. I quit sailing. I quit Olympic sailing because in sailing I want to be till the end, and I want to focus more on my family and 2 boys.
And how old are your children? And it must not have been easy though in the last bunch of years. You must miss them.
Yeah, I miss them much because we spent a lot of time around the world and not that much at home. And boys are, the older one is almost 6 and the younger is almost 2. And they are Olympic years boys. So in 2016 was born Christopher, and 2020 was born Gregor.
Awesome. And just flashing back a little bit, Sweta is just getting started with her FX campaign, very new. What was the very first part of your 49er campaign?
For the beginning, it was great that our coach made a group, 49er Team Polska. There were 3 crews training together, similar level, but maybe Marcin Czajkowski, best greetings, was experienced guy. So he was the leader, and there was 5 young guys around making big progress step by step. So I think great value is to have a strong training group and working together and have great open cooperation. And that's the point, I think, to fight against the world.
And Sweta, how about for you? Tell us just a little bit about India's program, because this is an opportunity to learn what's going on in India. You're just starting out. Is there a pretty big FX 49er squad in India, and how'd you get involved?
No, like an FX squad, we are the only girls doing it right now, and we have 2 teams basically, but we are like full-time sailing. Boys, like 49er, we have 9 to 10 boats from Army, Navy and the other civilians. Recently, I think in the Tokyo Olympics, one of our 49ers from India represented in the Olympics. So that was the biggest achievement for us. So from India, it was like 3 classes who qualified for Olympics. One from laser radial, laser standard and 49er. So now since the sailing is growing day by day, and of course after this big achievement of India representing in Olympics, I think that will boost up sailing in India quite a lot. Yeah, the new generation is coming up in sailing quite well. They're just picking up and they're putting more interest. And hoping to see more upcoming Olympics and an Asian Games. Like for us, next year is Asian Games, so that's the main biggest focus. And then of course the Olympics to qualify and then represent and get medals. So looking forward to that.
Now, Pavel was saying, it was number one focus to, as an athlete to really get to the games and to achieve those goals. It sounds like you definitely want to take the path that he just is finishing right now at this regatta, and you're just starting at this regatta. You're a doctor, you're a coach for the emerging nations, but where does your passion come from? Like when you look at your next couple years leading up to 2024, how hungry are you right now?
Of course, to go to the Olympics and stand on the podium is my childhood dream. I mean, that's like, being a doctor, I am not that much focused into practicing medicine, at least for now. I'm like full-time sailing. So yeah, I do, especially in the COVID period, I did my, whenever I was off training, I completely gave my time and dedication towards my patients. But yeah, now back to sailing. So those days I was because the COVID was such a big disaster for the whole country. So I was almost seeing 300 patients a day that time. And now I think, whatever my part or as my duty towards as a doctor, I had given it back. But now I will come back to my dreams and hope to qualify for 24 Olympics and be somewhere in the top.
Awesome. And like we were saying, I guess the other main thing to bring you guys together is, Pavel, we talked about that idea of what advice would you give to your 18 or 20-year-old self when you were starting out your career, knowing what you know now, going into retirement. But can you answer that or ask that question or give that information to Shweta and other crews and teams just starting out careers? Is there something that you know now that you didn't know when you started your career that could really help people like Shweta just starting out this path?
I think Shweta has got big dreams, so it's a really important thing. But on the way, on the path, you have to be patient. You have to get your experience race by race, regatta after regatta, make good thoughts about what happened, what we can change for the future, and just make slowly progress, and then it blow up. So just be patient and do good things with proper teammates.
Awesome.
Definitely, that's a very, very good point. And that's the thing what an athlete needs, a patience. Patience levels need to be, we cannot suddenly think, okay, now because this is my first world championship with a new partner, so I cannot expect a direct results of getting into a medal race. Of course, we'll try our best to be there, but that as what Paulo said, step by step, first finish all the races and stop 75%, then 50%, and then achieve the next level. So definitely, it's like a ladder to achieve, and definitely. And one thing what I believe is you believe in yourself and keep pushing hard. Rest, everything will come back to you. So that's what my motto of life, of pushing ahead and never give up. Just keep going, and that really helps me a lot.
Awesome. Well, I hope everyone's listening to that. One thing I see at these World Championships as we wrap this up is that we have not everyone achieves what they want to achieve at the event. And so I kind of saddens me when I see athletes really down on themselves when they're not achieving. But maybe what's the you're just climbing the ladder right now, and believing in yourself. I mean, is there any other one little piece of advice you can give to someone who's still struggling, in the middle or the bottom of the fleet?
See, as my sailing career, it was too up and down, but I thought never to give up. Sometime your hard work will pay off, definitely. Because initially, I think when I was sailing Opti and then laser, then after some time I didn't got proper support from anyone. So I thought whatever my dreams were to represent my country and stand on the podium, I will start by coaching kids, But if I can't do as a sailor, I will start coaching kids. So that's how I started with coaching. And after a few years, I got some opportunity that, do you want to come back in sailing? Because of my height, weight, and my experience. So I thought, why not? If I'm getting a good opportunity to come back and perform and get back to my dreams, I took it as a biggest challenge, and I came back, and that was a good comeback, for me. And I proved it by getting a medal in the Asian Games in 2018 for India. So and again I went back for coaching, and I think now I'm back.
That was the end of 49erFX racing for the day. So the women have done their hard work for the day. Now we're going to be looking at the start of Gold Fleet for the 49er men and their World Championship. And we've seen the Dutch just move into the lead in the 49erFX women. Well, it's the Dutch who also lead in the 49er men as well. So Bart Lambria and Floris van der Werken currently holding a 4-point lead over Germany's Tim Fischer and Fabian Graf, with another German team in third overall, Jakob Megendorfer and Andreas Spranger. We're just a short while from the start of race 10. This is the first Gold Fleet final race, about launching right now, and it's USA that wins the pin.
Just making it.
Great Britain 5, I think that's James Peters and Finn Sterrett starting on port underneath the whole fleet, wanting to go out to the right-hand side. Quite a radical move, and one of my favourite moves, but it's a bit of a gamble.
The Americans are, strong. 2 wins yesterday, feeling the love on the waves, and winning the pin, and it actually looks like the pin is a little favored looking at the angles right now. Don't you think, Nora, from your mental imagery memory?
Mental imagery. This is the same race course as the 49erFX, and as we saw, the pin I think it was going pretty well. I would say it's the favored end. So if I were the 49ers look at the FX racing before they start their race, so that's always a nice opportunity to see what has happened the previous race. So they all have the same knowledge, basically, of left side pin working out.
Well, I think the Americans, if they wanted to, are not far off being able to tack and cross the whole fleet. They're in such a strong position. It was an absolutely fantastic start by Barrows and Henken, and it's a small advantage over Poland 164 in second place, but it's a huge advantage over the rest of the fleet, and it's all going the way of USA 84 right now.
Yeah, you can see that the fleet just are the ones that are starting close to the pin, but not as the 2-3 first boats. They couldn't really hold on to the boat, to USA here and Poland. They're just falling behind. Or maybe it's just angle, but at least looks like USA is going really well at the moment. They
really are in a position now, if they can tack wherever they want. If they want to change direction, no one is going to be able to stop them. So it's a really fast start out of the blocks for a team that, Chris, you just remind us what they achieved yesterday.
Yeah, they had they ended the day with 2 first places. We have Ian Barrows, who's actually, both of these sailors have siblings that have done Olympic campaigns. So the runner-up team, neck and neck to go to Tokyo, was Hans Henken's, the crew's sister Paris. And then Ian, we had campaigners Thomas Barrows, and they're both from the Virgin Islands, the U.S. Virgin Islands. So a very experienced team. They've been part of what used to be a really young squad, and now is kind of like a late 20s, early 30s squad, but that came into New Zealand last year and Australia, and all won a bunch of races in the pre-worlds and in the beginning leading up to the World Championships last year. Lots of potential.
So good to see. And USA won a bronze medal in Sydney 2000 with the McKee brothers. I'm trying to think if USA's won a medal at the game since then.
It hasn't, and Wadlow and Rast were in the leather medal place, I think, in a 4th.
Right, that would have been in 2008?
2008 or 2012, one of those two. And so we've had our moments, but this young squad, I think we're going to start to see the fruit of their labor. They've been sailing together for a little over a full quad in the next couple years.
And look at their dominating position. So such a short time into this race. We're only just over 3 minutes since the start, and already they've got a lead of maybe 100 metres on the boats that started further to the right-hand side of the course.
I would definitely beat them at the moment if I if I can pick. No, but the rest of the fleet looks like they're quite in a lane, quite not much happening. So actually, to point out, Polish that continued going to the left. Looking at the tracker, it looks like there is a lot of potential there, even to go to take the lead from USA when they tack. But we'll see when they tack and how it will go. They're 2 Polish teams, to be exact.
So two
attacking
Polish teams.
simultaneously. Yeah.
Yeah, attacking at the same time. And as you say, Nora, I think the biggest threat to the Americans is from the Polish on this side of the course.
It's not like that we were seeing in the FX races where where that middle group in that last race was just pushing up, up the beat the whole time, and it was level across the whole course. I mean, this looks pretty level, but right now the edges seem to be poked. And like Nora was saying, not long after that start, the middle left boats couldn't hang for some reason.
And this time it looks like the boats on the right-hand side can't hang. It's a bit more even than I thought, but if you remember GBR5, they started on port at the pin end and went all the way to the right-hand side. They're pretty much the most right-hand boat, but they're down in 20th place overall at the moment. So two boats that started at the pin, one on port and one on starboard. One's in 21st place and the other is in first place.
As we saw in the final downwind of the FX, everyone it looks a bit more simple. People didn't drive too much, weren't too much in the middle. It was more like a simple race, continued to the left of the corner. Maybe we can see that the wind is more stable today, or getting more stable than in the beginning of the day when the FXs were racing. At least to me, it looks like that. Looking at the tracker, it looks a bit like the racing looks easier. But I mean, the funny part is when racing is easier, it's easier for everyone. So then it's more about maybe boat speed, who gets there first.
So what you're saying is it's more likely to be an even race through the fleet because everyone's got the skills to sail in a steadier breeze.
Yeah.
Mm.
And maybe the differences aren't that big from, let's say, the right and left side. We see they're pretty much in the same lane.
Yeah, and I think big picture, Nora, we are later in the day. This is a Seabreeze location. So, you're 100% right in this generality. I think the breeze is steadier. I think the sea state the breeze has been able to just get that into a regular cadence. And as we look here at the USA, who had picked a really great time to consolidate their lead, to tack on that shift and cover the fleet. Their only people that they have to worry about is Poland, like what Andy was talking about on the left. Really, like they're just dead even. But when you look at this race course, if you were on this race course right now and you had this view, you'd be like, everyone's really close. It's just everyone's one shift away right now.
Indeed. It's going to be tight at the top wind mark.
It probably is still like that, but at the moment, I should think Staniel and Storch from Poland are feeling pretty good on the left-hand side. And that's who we're seeing now. Poland 164, the furthest left boat of the front bunch, and they look like they've got good speed on that side of the course. They're doing just over 8 knots, which is about a knot more boat speed than the Americans, who have now tacked on to starboard. So now it's the moment of truth. It's going to be the cross between USA, who we see on starboard. Will the Poland 164, be able to get across the front of USA 84?
Yeah, it's like USA is leading the pack on the right side, and the Polish the pack of the left.
Nora, I have a question for you. Oh, go ahead.
So I think we have just seen Poland cross USA fairly comfortably there, actually. So that has been a lead change, and that consolidating move by Barrows and Henkin seems like the right thing to do. It was the more conservative approach, but Poland banging the corner. We've seen banging the corner and on first beats with the FX work, and it seems to be working again.
But now when we're looking at the USA here in the picture, they're coming towards the mark, but they're still looking at the tracker quite in the middle of the fleet, and the rest of the fleet they're really close. They're probably just like 30 meters behind them. That's not much. Do we think, will it be tricky for them to still come second? Or I think almost looks like the Polish would be. We can't see them in the picture on the right side behind USA. They were quite close.
I think I really like what the USA did. They did the right thing to cover the fleet. People that got leverage to them, Poland led that, but they saw that the left side was coming in, so they used whatever opportunity they could to get in touch with them and get underneath them instead of just holding with that pack. They would have lost probably 5 or 6 boats if they just hung with that right pack.
As it is, the Americans are about to go round in second behind the red Jenica of Poland 164, Mikolaj Staniel and Jakub Storch, who have already gone round in first place. And now it's the turn of USA to go around in second place, just ahead of another Polish boat. It's Poland 19. That's Dominik Buksak and Simon Wysbicki. And now it gets busy, and yet another Polish boat. So it's Poles in 1, 3 and 4 going around the windward mark. There is something special in the air today for Poland. Great Britain 17. Jack Hawkins and Chris Thomas going round in 5th place, followed by the Danes. Denmark 7. That's Frederik Rask and Jakob Precht Jensen. Then the Germans, Germany 22. France 44, Germany 13, that's Tim Fischer and Fabian Graf, second overall. France 16, Italy 99 with a bit of a messy hoist there.
Oh, look at the angles.
The Irish, Dixon and Wadlove.
Oh dear.
Can we mention about the angles? It's like 180 degree. The ones that, at least one of the pole coming straight towards the camera. I wonder why they needed to go take such a high angle out of the hoist. And the jibe set looks, oh my god, it looks horrible, but I think they will get wind soon.
It shouldn't be that bad, should it, when you're close to the back of the fleet? But it really looked like it was hurting for quite a long time.
I think the breeze is really lightened up at the top of this course, and it gets, like you were saying, Nora, it had everyone pointing at each other right when there were a whole bunch of boats at the same time, and then they block each other's winds. So it just got really, really messy up at the top, and whoever can break free of that first is launched, as we can see here.
Staniel and Storch so far ahead of the rest of the pack. They've stretched out to 120-meter lead over USA 84, who are caught in a Polish sandwich, aren't they? I mean, it's Poland 1-3-4, and they are the Americans of the meat in the sandwich right now.
Yes, they're not the kielbasas on either side of them, I guess.
So
the pierogi.
You're showing off now.
Yeah, I know. I have a couple more.
So I suppose actually, yeah, you're part American, part Polish, aren't you?
Yes,
so
I have.
Polish American.
I am Polish American, actually. We talked to Pavel about that, but you know, the one thing that's exciting about this group is, you know, they have a coach. Who are they coaching? They have a coach for the Finnish team too, right?
Oh, some of the Polish sailors, ex-sailors from the 49er, they're coaching the Finnish team. So the Team Finland is getting some Polish skills here.
Awesome. But it's nice to see that lead. We saw that. Now we're seeing something not so unusual, regardless of the breeze today. The leader's extending. And then let's get back into our mode to see who's gonna make the biggest gains, or who's going to hold on to their top 5 spot.
Yeah, looking at the tracker, the Polish, they went to the left just half the downwind, and now jibed off with the rest of the pack just behind them. You can see in the picture a lot of colorful spinnakers just behind them on the left side. But what we can't see on the picture is the Austrians and Netherlands coming in. They jibe set. So there's still, I think, I see potential. Here we can see the tracker. They're the pink and the green boat on the right side. I think they're doing a game there.
Right, so it's worth that early pain of doing the jibe set, possibly. We'll keep an eye out for that. I seem to remember saying something similar about the Brazilian and the American FX teams when they were in this position, and then by the time they got to the bottom mark, it didn't work out for them. But at least they got clear air. Look how congested it is on the left-hand side of the racetrack for pretty much everybody except the leaders, Poland 164, that are just stretching away to more than a 200-meter lead now.
Maybe there's just like one gust, and everyone has to be in the same gust. Since no one wanted to continue, or maybe just the shift also. I guess it's the shift mostly changing, like making the fleet being really close to each other, because everyone kind of have to jibe. Like, it wouldn't make sense to continue.
It makes me think that this is a different time of the day. The breeze is coming from roughly the same direction, but we're looking at our visual memory when we look at this tracker, and it's setting up very similar to the way it was with the FX. So do you think there are some environmental, meaning the pack sailing around together, situations here?
Oh, that's beyond my pay grade, I think.
Meaning regardless of the breeze, if it's a big pack, it stays together on starboard, the majority. A couple people flip out, and then depending on the breeze, whether or not they make out okay or not. Because it's the same picture. I should have taken some pictures.
Yeah, well, maybe. But then there's a lot of, especially downwind, because you can be behind a boat without getting too much shitty air.
Okay, gotcha.
Compared to the upwind, so maybe that's why.
Disturbed air.
Disturbed air.
Yep.
Yeah.
Look at that lead. I mean, it's just crazy how far ahead Poland 164 has managed to get now. They're more than 200 meters ahead. They've got the choice of where they want to go up this next leg, and what a wonderful feeling that must be for them. And they're not even that far up the overall rankings, so this is a really exciting moment for Staniel and Storch, and possibly the beginning of a charge that might see them climb up into the top 10 overall. We'll have to see about that.
What were those two teams, Andy, that you were saying that did the jibe early and were coming back? Was that Austria?
I think Netherlands was one, and was it Ireland the other one?
It was green and pink, no?
I think it was Netherlands. Yeah, green and pink.
Yeah, so Austria and Netherlands.
Austria and Netherlands.
Yeah, so not bad.
Yeah, and about the US guys, they're doing well coming in.
They're in third at the moment.
Third at the moment, yeah.
So it's about to get busy around this mark. We can see the yellow Jenica of the American boat just here, just to the right of picture. Looks like they're going to be next round, going out to the left.
11th overall at the moment, so this would be a nice little gain for them.
Yes, absolutely. Should get them up into the top 10 if they can hold their position in this race. So it's USA 84 going around the mark ahead of Austria 29.
I think it's a credit to the I'm American, but it's a credit to the USA team to have all those boats on their transom. They didn't have the breathing room like the top two, the boats ahead of them had, and they were able to hold out that pack. So their fleet management skills, just like we saw on the beat, are conservative. It keeps boats right up against your heels the whole time.
Right, so it sort of I think of it as a Terry Hutchinson way of sailing. You're not being greedy. You're not going for the big gains.
Percentages.
Percentages, small gains. You're just trusting yourself to be at least as fast and a little bit cleverer than the people around you.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's something that college sailing teaches the Americans, just how to manage a fleet around you just to stay ahead.
Right. Mm-hmm. Don't get greedy. Don't go for the big wins.
Exactly.
Okay.
Now we can see that it's quite crowded on the right-hand side of the gates. I wonder why how so many of the 49ers have chose to go there, and just driving behind each other, like sailing behind each other, like in a lane.
Let's just look at the boats that have gone around and come back to that. So it is really congested around both marks at the moment. You see some of the port tackers tack early onto starboard to get a clear lane to go out to the left. But I wonder, Nora, if sailors are being reminded of what happens late in the afternoon. It does seem like the sea breeze effect tends to steer the breeze around to the right as the afternoon gets older.
Yeah, we were talking about that the wind seems steadier, but it's also getting quite late. Like it's already 4 p.m. soon.
So it's less than 2 hours of daylight left. It's crazy, isn't it?
So we will see the effect indeed of when the sun will go down, how it will affect the wind.
When the sun goes down, it goes down without warning here, doesn't it? It just goes from lights on to lights off.
Yeah, pretty much.
But we see the leading Polish boat going back to the well that they went to in that first race. They must be seeing, I don't know if they're seeing more of the same. They're kind of getting left a little bit later on the beat than it was on the first beat.
And we'll have to ask the Poles later, what was it about Poland doing so well, all of them as a group doing well in this race altogether. It's not necessarily going to hold up that way because one of them is struggling to hang in there, but they've still got Poles in first and third with the USA sandwiched between the two of them still.
To give a reason to look into the middle of the pack and to see where any changes are going to be, the Uruguayan team, we knew that they're really light. They're both small guys. Been training by themselves in Uruguay, and they won the Asian champs just going away, and they were leading this regatta in the qualifiers for a while, and were in the top three the whole time, along with the Australians. So let's keep an eye out for the Uruguayan team. We know they're really fast, but we know they're not as experienced. And the same thing, the Australians, super young, 19, 20 years old. Great wheels.
Escaping Australia. What was the storyline behind it?
Yeah, somehow they got out of Australia for the Junior Worlds or something like that, and then they couldn't get back into Australia, so they just stayed in Europe. And while their teammates, the multiple excellent teams in Australia got stuck there, and they've been here training, and they came out hot at the beginning of this regatta. They stumbled a little bit, but again, when you have a couple young, very lightweight sailors in high-speed boats, that sometimes they can just go ripping through a fleet like there's like everyone's standing still.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, just on their weight advantage. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's interesting in this venue. Like, the wind has been okay, but it's still like lightish, medium. So I think there's a lot of opportunity for new teams to do well and like focus on the sailing and not so much on the speed. It's normal that the more wind we have, the trickier it gets, and the more like the boat speed actually matters. And then you want to have like many years of experience. But there's a lot of good sailors also, just like really good in the tricky, shifty stuff, without like actually putting too much weight on the speed, the boat speed. Well, holding steady with the boat speed are our race leaders in central picture, just going across the front of their teammates. The other Polish team that are up there, that's Buksak and Wijbicki. And it looks like it's a Poland 1-2 now, and Germany's Fischer and Graf up into third. So now this is a match race between two Polish teams. It's almost certain that Poland is going to win this race of the championships. This is the first race, Gold Fleet finals. We're into the final 3 days of the World Championships, and we're certainly getting to the business end of the competition. And of course, we have to have a new world champion at the end of this 49er World Championships, because Pete Burling and Blair Tuke, the Olympic champions from Rio 2016, six-time world champions, have retired from 49er racing, focusing on the America's Cup, Sail GP, and many other projects, such as their Live Ocean environmental project. But that means that the door is open for the world title. Someone is going to take this world title, probably for the first time, actually. I'm trying to think if there are any. Don't think there's any reigning. There's no previous world champions here. I do believe no.
Sorry?
I don't think so. But the Germans that we see on third position, Fischer and Graf, they won the Europeans 2020 and they got second at the Europeans this year. So they have great potential. Absolutely. And I think they were second or third at the Worlds in Aarhus 2018 as well. Yeah. So they're a class act for sure. So we can imagine hopefully seeing them as well. Definitely top three and maybe winning even the event. We're at the moment we're seeing the second upwind of the first race of the 49ers today. This is day number 4, so the qualifiers are done and this is the first day of finals. This is the Gold Fleet as well, so it'll be interesting to see 2 more days, or actually a lot of racing still left. There is 2 more races today, squeeze in before sunset. It will be tight. There's still a long way to go in this championship. Now, I've just been reminded that the leaders of this race, Mikolaj Staniel and Jakub Storch, were winners of the European Championship just a few weeks ago. So they are also a class act who are coming into their own in 2021. So putting down a marker in this new Olympic cycle straight after Tokyo 2020.
Yeah, we talked a lot about, going into this regatta, how interesting of a Worlds this is. It's after the Olympics, but it's at least a year into the quad. But the teams are scattered. There are some new teams, very few, like we said, there are no world champions in this fleet. So we've talked a lot about new sailors or new teams or people really been striving their whole lives even. This could be their moment to grab either a better position or, like the Omanis, first time ever in a gold fleet for a 49er regatta. It's a big deal for this country, and if you can grab a world championship, that is an indicator for a medal. Countries use that in their selection.
Totally, they do. And as we see the next Polish boat go round, this is second place Buksak and Wijbicki. This time next year, the Worlds next year is pretty much when countries will start qualifying their spot for the Olympic Games. That's how far into this Olympic cycle we are already. USA back up to third. They were briefly down in fourth, but Barrows and Henken take back third from it was Germany that were up in fourth place, but actually we see it's the French that go round in fifth. We've got two Fishers here, actually. We've got Fischer from France and Fischer from Germany, round in fourth and fifth. And then next up, in the picture, we see Lambria and Van der Werken, but there's another Polish boat that's going to get in ahead of them. That's Cibatek and Kolozinski. Very, very experienced team. But the third Polish team in this race right now, round go the current series leaders, Lambria and Floris van der Werken from the Netherlands, followed by Great Britain's Hawkins and Thomas, who were leaders after day one of this competition. Bildstein and Hussel, some really good performers from Austria, went to the games recently, followed by Jakob Precht Jensen, now skippered by Frederik Rask from Denmark.
Now we remember the last World Championships were 2 in a row, basically, in December and February, and Bildstein and Hussel were top 5 at both those, like real contenders. So I think, maybe like a lot of these teams getting back into it, I think that team probably just reminding me is one that you should really keep an eye on as this series goes on.
I agree, and I remember seeing them. They trained a lot. Not saying that other sailors don't train, but it was funny to see them. They were always going out on the water when most of the people were having a day off or something. And I wondered, how are they training again? Really? And they were, I think we were saying about also promoting it, we're always training. And
yeah, it's a
they're
image.
a work hard, play hard team. I always dread the moment when they get on the podium. I'm really happy for them, but I know afterwards they're going to offer people, including me, some of that undrinkable grappa or vodka or whatever it is. It's just it's like pure firewater, and I don't know what part that role plays in their Olympic campaign, but every time they get on the podium, they force everyone to drink. Some of this.
I hope we'll see them though. On the podium.
Yes, I'm prepared to do that. But the Polish 164 team, they're still a long way ahead. They've pretty much made their final jibe towards the finish, and they are almost uncatchable. The only other team that has a chance of catching them is the second place boat of Poland 19, Buksak and Wijbicki, but they're 140 meters behind the leaders.
It's funny to see this perfect lane of boats that have continued after the mark, kind of going like a small banana, but not much. Then we have the ones that jibe set, but no one in the middle. So that wasn't the thing now.
This is
maybe corners more today.
Yeah, for sure. But also look at what we're looking at here. So we're looking at our leaders, and remember yesterday we saw this big, you see a little swell there, but we saw these big shadows of the swells that they were riding. Remember, maybe 2 knots more breeze or so, 3 knots more breeze, but same surface chop, but big swell. So that probably has to change people's angles too. If you can ride swell in the same amount of breeze, maybe it's okay to split off.
Yeah, it's unfortunate we can't see that beautiful swell we had yesterday.
Yeah, it was amazing.
The sailors had a lot of fun. I heard a lot of people were talking about it was so cool to ride that downwind with all the swell and get those cool surfs. Talking about the Polish boats, I was looking at the tracker, and they actually, why they did so well, or how they managed to get in the top, is they stayed more on the left side. They took a good start closer to the pin and went more to the left, and they basically stayed, all 3 of the Polish, the whole race on the left side of the course.
Yeah. So I wonder what conversation they had with the coach. Well, whatever conversation it was, it's a winning one, because we just see Poland 164 do their final jibe across the finish line, and it's congratulations to Mikołaj Staniul and Jakub Storch, winners of the European Championship just a few weeks ago. They've had a bit of a stumble in these World Championships so far, only sitting in 15th place going into today, but a first place in that race just then will have them looking at getting into the top 10 for that important medal race in 2 days' time. And coming in now in second place, it's the next team of Buksak and Wijbicki. So it's going to be a Poland 1-2.
And then after that, we will see USA, Barros and Henken. coming in. They have pretty much kept their position, both the Polish and US, since the beginning of the race. It was in the beginning we had the US winning or leading the first upwind, but after that it's been pretty much Polish, and they stayed in the top 3 after that, like doing their own race while the rest of the fleet has been struggling in the back.
Yeah, so good third place for Barrows and Henken from USA, followed by Fischer and Delpech from France, followed by Fischer and Graf from Germany. No relation, I understand. And then the Polish team of Cibatek and Kolozinski making it 1-2-6 for Poland in this race. And then coming across in 7th, it's going to be Lambria and Van der Werken, are leaders of the championship going into today, and maybe doing enough just to hold on to the lead. It's going to be a good finish for them. And then Austria 29, Bildstein and Hussel, they've made a bit of a gain coming in on this final run. Denmark 7. As Rask and Prek Jensen from Denmark, they've dropped down slightly on the final run to the finish. America, USA 43, Mullerus and McDermott are going to be in 11th place across the finish line, followed by Italy 147, Ferraresi and Chiesi. And then let's have a look further down the rankings. Still to finish, the Irish, Guilfoyle and Durkin. Just pick out some others. Peters and Sterrett in 18th. That port tax start underneath the fleet has not worked out well for them. And Henry and Davey from Australia doing so well earlier in the series in 23rd in that race. So not good for the Australians. Korhonen and Bremer across the line for Finland in 14th place.
They did actually yesterday. They did the bullets.
Amazing. So
yeah, it's great for the guys. This is the first time for them in the Gold Fleet actually, so they're really happy and have a good flow going on. But we'll hope to see them more in the front then in the future.
Uruguayans 15th, Umpierre and Dietz. Germany's in 16th place. Germany, Stingerly and Schiel. Ireland's Dixon and Wadilov in 17th. The disappointment for that high-performing team. Germany, Megendorfer and Spranger, they were 3rd going into this race just now, but they were 18th in this. Just firing across the line now, Hong Kong, Sakai and Aylesworth. Peters and Sterrett in 20th for Great Britain. Austria, Pretner, Flackberger. Australia, Henry Davey. France, Fischer and Pekin. And then it's going to be India, Kelapanda and Dakar. And bringing up the rear is Al Hadi from Oman, from home waters. So that is the whole fleet. We have got a brief gap between race 10 and race 11 coming up shortly. So we are going to do an interview. In fact, Nora, you're going to do the interview with class manager Ben Ramoka, because there's some interesting technical news coming down the line.
Yeah, Ben, I heard some rumors. There's a lot changing in the 49er and FX fleet from now on. We sailors, as I've been a sailor a while, I've been waiting for this change a while now. The sails need improvements and the mast. Would you tell us more about it?
Yeah, sure. So we've been in this process for a while now, but for the Paris Olympics, there'll be a new mast and new sails for the 49er sailors. So that's for both the 49er and the FX. It started out as a need to change the mast. There's a couple reasons that we needed to change it. The first one was our longtime supplier decided that they needed to hang up their carbon forming abilities, and we're no longer going to supply the fleet, so we had to find a new mast maker. And then the second reason to look for a new mast maker is we need to provide an opportunity for the global mast making industries to have a chance to bid on our contract. So we started that in 2018 and then awarded the contract to CST Composites in 2019, and they've been working with us to design a new mast, and it's been a long process. You can imagine with COVID, some of the finer details took a long time to work out, and then of course people are aware of the supply chain issues that the world is having too, so lots of new parts, lots of custom parts. The bit I'm most excited about it is we've redone how the spreaders join the mast together. So that join between each section of the mast is built in 3 sections with 2 spreaders in the middle. There's now an aluminum collar in there. So we previously, if a spreader would break, the trapeze harness, the trapeze lines that are holding the sailors up might go away with it, and people could get injured. So now there's going to be the lines are going to go through a solid piece of aluminum there, so that will not happen anymore.
Nice improvement.
And yeah, that's a good improvement. There's a lot of really detailed, neat improvements that the mast has been done. Julian Bethwaite, our copyright holder, and is the lead designer on that. He loves designing cool parts. He's worked on every detail of this mast to the nth degree, and they're starting to arrive in sailors' garages as we speak. Bit of a slow rollout. It was tough across the Tasmanian Sea, working between New Zealand and Australia on the build there, and they kept having to ship back and forth as they would go into quarantine and lockdown. But we got it done, and they're starting to get built now.
So next year events, we will see these new masts?
Yeah, now they're designed in outward geometry and performance design to be the same as the old masts. So we're not ruling out the old masts, except for the Olympics. But so people will see a mix of new masts and old masts for the next seasons, and they're half a kilo lighter. Inevitably these types of sailors are going to find some difference. We're not sure what it is yet, but they're not perfect. I'm sure they won't be perfectly aligned, but they are meant to be the same. So we've tried not to obsolete all the old equipment.
Okay, and how about the sails? I heard rumors that the sails going to look different.
The sails are going to look very different. You have been watching our transparent sails that we've had since the initiation of the class back in 95, 96. And with the new mast, we also put the sails up for tender and had a global supply race for those. We got almost 30 applicants to build the sails, and then 5 of those were selected for trialing. And in the end, we selected North 3DI, primarily because the 3DI process is a mold. The laminate is placed over a fixed rigid mold, and we hope that, along with the sailors' primary desire, is for those sails to be as consistent as possible, so that they don't have to go and shop around for the fast one of the group. They'll all be the same. Of course, time will tell if that is the case, but it certainly technically lines up that it could be. And then the second piece they wanted, from a sustainability point of view, was to have them be more durable than they have been in the past. The 3DI process allows us to put a lot of reinforcement where it needs to be, keep it light enough where it doesn't need to be. And again, we'll see if that holds true, but the plan is that teams can use far fewer sails than they had to in the past.
Okay, and when will that roll in? Maybe next year at some point, or? The
first sails are being built right now, so okay. Probably next week they'll start shipping. I've got to go check my emails. It's been a busy week, but the first batches of sails are coming off the line. It's a really neat process. They get glued together essentially, and then 10 can be done in a day on this mold, and then they have to get sit for a week, like a boat would have to sit and cure.
Okay.
And then they go to a third spot where they get finished. The battens added, the clews, the tack, all the different fasteners, and the the graphics and all the rest get put on, and then they're ready to go. So altogether, it's a pretty high-speed process, and we hope it produces consistent results. But back to your original question of how will it look, they are basically black.
They're black,
they're like you see in all those Grand Prix boats. It's going to be a very different look from how the 49er class has been. We've of course installed big windows so that people can still see through the sails. These boats are approaching each other at a quick pace, and we wouldn't want any crashes. But especially, the 49er boom is relatively high, so that wasn't as hard. But with the jib, we had to put in quite big windows.
In the original 49er sails that I used to jump through, they were very easy to jump through. What's it going to be like jumping into a 3DI sail? Who's going to come off best out of the sail and the sailor?
Trampoline.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, we've all seen the pictures of the hole in the sail as the sailor's clearly gone through it. I would assume that the sail will win in this case, but to be honest, mostly the sailors get better at jumping out the back now than we ever used to be. We used to try and fight the boat, and if I just fight a little longer, I can get it back up. Whereas I think the sailors today know the point it's going, and the skipper jumps out the back, the crew climbs down the wing, and we do have fewer collisions sailor on sail than we used to.
Yeah,
yes.
you guys been sailing a totally different era than I have, but we all have the background in the 49erFX.
Yeah.
But it's a nice improvement and incredible to see the class going forward, and the sails, it will look different. But I think in today's, I think it will look like quick. Like the boat will go actually super fast with the black sails.
Well, they're meant to be very rigid. So, how they perform in light, will depend on how good the design is. But how they perform in breeze, there should be some good improvement. Like should flap less, they should stretch less. The team should be able to apply more Cunningham. And, hopefully if going to a place like Marseille, it should make things more controllable. They are essentially the exact same size as the old ones were. So, again, next year you're going to see a mix of both before we... Obviously, you go through sail quicker than you go through masts, so you will see the new ones emerge more quickly than with the masts.
Okay. Ben, thank you very much. We've got start coming up for the next race, so we should be getting back into that soon. We've got about a minute and a half to go. And so make the most of these sails, because this is going to look like a piece of history in a year's time. We're going to be looking at a line of black sails instead, Nora.
Yeah, actually, so all the pictures and everything from now, it would just look like Asian compared to next year.
It will make these images look very dated quite quickly, I think.
Yeah, but I kind of like these sails, but it's fun to see it different, and it will change the sailing as well, like not seeing through the sail, maybe having to look at it a bit different, and also it will make a change. Indeed.
Yeah, we'll see, and we'll maybe talk about that a little bit more during the race. We're about less than a minute into the start, before the start. They're just getting going now. Looks like Ireland just trying to claim the spot. James Peters and Finn Sterrett in fifth place. With number 5 on the sail, also trying to fight for the pin.
The Polish in the middle of the line looking really close to the line. It looks like they're still behind and not doing UFD, but let's see how they accelerate. Actually, the whole fleet is really close to the line. The Irish are looking good down here at the pin end. Not saying that's the only good place to start, but it's been popular. And they just managed to get off the starting line.
Managed to scoot round the front of that. It looks like they're carrying on. It looks like they got away with it. So good start by the Irish, just getting away with it. Whereas Peters and Sterrett was spat out. The British boat forced to tack on to port and look for its luck on the right-hand side of the course. But a good start also for USA 84 again. They won the pin on the previous start, and they're looking great right now.
And maybe it looks like it's more left favored when we see the angle, the film, the video is from the left side of the course. But actually the left side has been more popular and a bit better throughout this previous race. So I think we're looking at the leaders the Irish starting from the left side, Ireland 99, but it will be interesting to see, will the left still pay off or will it change, because we have almost half of the fleet on the right side.
Chris, you're analysing the tracking. What do you see across the course?
Yeah,
on the
one
tracking?
of the first things we want to know off the starting line is which tack is taking you up the course the fastest, and it was starboard, but also the left side of the track was moving up the course quicker. What we're seeing on the tracker right now is a very immediate dive for the boats that are furthest left. Ireland, Netherlands, USA 84, France 5, Germany. As they get further left, there's this huge header happening right now, while the middle of the fleet, India, Hong Kong, staying up. And so I think this is something where the left looked really good, but that breeze was middle left, and it didn't quite get to that big pack that started at the pin right now. So right now, the leaders right now, and it's really obvious, are moving quickly up the track in the middle left side of the course. So that's India, GBR, Hong Kong, and France 44, Fisher and Del Peche. Very strong.
And how amazing would it be if Kelapanda and Thakkar can hold on to their lead? Not often you see India leading a skiff race, but great to see on this occasion. On this side of the course, we see Netherlands 49 tacking out on the right-hand side of the picture. There are overall series leaders, not having the greatest of races right now, but still lots of opportunity in these early stages. And closest to picture now, it's US A84. Great race just now. 2 race wins yesterday. Seems like Ian Barrows and Hans Henken are on a bit of a roll and gaining their confidence. But winning this side of the race course and looking to see if they can cross the boats coming from the middle is Ireland 99, Robert Dixon and Sean Wadilove. Already won a couple of races so far this week. A real class act who have put their marker down during 2021. They'd hardly been heard of a year ago, and they've had such an amazing season in 2021, including a very good showing at the Olympic Games as well.
What a very close fleet here. Now, anyone who sailed a decent-sized fleet with competitive fleet, you can look at this race course and you say the point is flattened. So the boats are even all the way across the course. And it makes you feel anxious, but it also makes you feel like you're right into it.
Someone's capsized. Let's try and find out who's capsized and how could that happen.
How was that? What's happened? It might have, like, the wind it's not so strong. You should
Austria.
have Austria. Oh no, probably maybe this crew or skipper fell in the water. It looks like one of them were at least in the water pulling the boat up, but that could
broken
be
trapeze line.
Yeah, that's like quite common to happen. Like huge mistakes of capsizing doesn't normally happen. It's more like huge mistakes. I mean, like falling off the trapeze. That's quite common. Like missing it.
Yeah, that's Pretner and
That happens.
Flockberger. They're back up and going now.
But it looks like Ireland 99 have done just enough to get across everybody's bow. It was pretty close just then, but they're getting away with it. And Ireland 99 now up into the overall lead, which that's what the tracking is telling us. And it looks by eye when you look at the drone shot as well. It looks like Ireland's in a very good position at the moment.
Yeah, it's pretty crowded on the left side. Looking at the tracker, you can see they've been just tacking back and forth on the left side, and the racing looks great. It looks like so much fun, especially when there's a lot happening. You know, you have to duck boats and trying to find your lane.
Out on the far side, on the right-hand side, we got Poland 42 and GBR 5 all the way out to the right. And remember, GBR 5 was bounced out of a pin end start. It wanted the pin end, but GBR 5 didn't manage to hold their lane. They had to duck the whole fleet and were bounced out to the right-hand side. But it doesn't look too bad for them out there at the moment.
To our audience that's not super tacky on sailing, but maybe just knows enough to be dangerous or doesn't know much at all, when the course is really level like this, you're looking for shifts, but someone's right next to you all the time. So Nora, tell us, like, when it's really level like this, it's really, you can't look around. It's boat speed, right?
It is. I agree. Boat speed is the biggest thing at the moment, and it's level like this because maybe there's not much happening with the wind. It's pretty stable, and that's where boat speed kicks in. That's where it's the most important. So here, if you're in someone's bad air, it's just brutal. Like, you will just drop to the last places right away. It really have to stay in the groove.
So here we are up on the port ley line. This is great footage right now, with Ireland right up on top with a couple what we call blockers to leeward, because they're on port tack, and starboard tack would be in control when they get to the top mark. And those boats to leeward of Ireland are ones that kind of, signal that starboard tackers are coming. But what a pack marching across on port. Let's look across the fleet. There aren't too many boats to the right of them, so...
No, and it's looking at, for example, Austria, like GBR here on the right side of the screen. They have okay winds. Austria is struggling. They couldn't find a lane going back to the right side or with the fleet, so they're just falling back all the time. They're just in poor air. Maybe even they should probably tack or something, just get away. But I guess they're so close to the ley line, on the port ley line, that they're just trying to survive there until the upwind, the first mark.
I was actually wrong there. I didn't zoom out far enough. There are plenty of boats to the right of that group, and they are lifted on starboard tack.
Yeah, this will be an interesting top mark rounding, because there's so many coming on the port side. And as we know, when you come on the port side, you don't really have any
You're right.
rights if you think about the rules. So the ones coming from the right side on starboard are more safe in this case.
With my eye, the tracker shows the right pack just a little bit advanced, but not from this footage. This footage shows the right pack a little bow down. and this pack, kind of up with a little bit more pressure. So, but man, it's close. I mean, to see half the fleets coming in, here's where the proof is in the pudding, and that is Denmark right up on top. But there must be a couple boats coming inside there. Let's see.
We're approaching the first top wind mark on the second race today. This is the 4th day of 49er racing.
And it is Denmark who go round in first. Frederik Rask and Jakob Prek Jensen with a few boat lengths lead before Hong Kong going around in second. In third, the other Irish boat that we haven't spoken so much about, they came from the further to the right, and the Ireland 99, who were all bit of a windward heel on the hoist. They got away with it. USA round in 5th, Germany in 6th, India in 7th, USA 8th, Poland 42 going into a jibe set in 9th place, and a couple of other Polish boats coming round. That's 164 winners of the previous race, making life much harder for themselves this time round, only just rolling around the outside of that mark, and I think just avoiding hitting it. Really congested at this windward mark, but a boat that we haven't spoken much about so far today, Denmark 7, is now leading this race, Nora.
Yeah, Denmark 7 is actually a new team. Jakob Prek Jensen was sailing with Jonas Varrer at the Olympics just in Tokyo, and this setup, he sailed now with Frederik Rask only for 3 months. They kind of knew all the time they will sail together, so they've been sailing back and forth, just trying out, but now they're sailing as a team and going for Paris Olympics, or that's their goal at least.
Well, they're holding a small lead at the moment, but we've tended to see a small lead grow to a big lead, and it does look quite comfortable already for the Danes. I also want to just mention that Bart Lambria and Floris van der Werken looked like they were deep in that pack and went into a jibe set of desperation at the windward mark. So our series leaders seem to be struggling, and I'm wondering if that will result in them losing the overall lead. I'm wondering if Fischer and Graf might be able to make their move to move into the front of the championship.
Yeah, and their previous race wasn't that good either. Do I remember correctly?
I think it was a 5th or something. It wasn't.
Okay, it was okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're actually a new, we were talking about the Dutch in the FX previously, that they're a new team. This is also a new team. Bart Lambriex and Floris van der Werken, they haven't sailed together before, or basically they're a new team now after the Olympics, the Tokyo Olympics. And it's fun to see. Floris used to sail during the Rio quad, so he's back. He's been away for quite many years, and now he's back in business, so it's fun to see sailors that's been sailing before and do something else in between, and now they're doing comeback.
Well, we see the fleet actually more than we've seen before, actually now, a little bit more evenly split on the downwind leg. A lot more early jibes. Everyone came in such a tight pack around the weather mark, one after another, overlapped, that they actually had nowhere to go. But I'm sure, these are the best sailors in the world, a lot of them, and I'm sure they had a reason to go earlier than before.
Well, we'll maybe ask them a little bit later on what their reasons were for that move. At the moment, Denmark still holding the lead quite comfortably, and just to windward of them is Ireland 99, who were winning the charge on the left-hand side of this racecourse up the first beat. But Hong Kong, great to see Hong Kong doing so well, especially after seeing the FX team from Hong Kong doing well earlier on in the day.
So looking at the sail numbers, for example, Hong Kong sail number 880. The thing is, if you're in the Gold Fleet in one of the World Championships, you then are allowed to get a double-digit number. So if you have 3 digits, you haven't been in the Gold Fleet yet at the World Championships.
Are you forced to take the new sail number?
No, are you forced? I should have asked Ben because he knows.
No.
But the thing is also with sail numbers, for example, the Danish having the number 7. So if you're at the previous Olympics, the 7th boat, so the top 10 will, I think they're forced to have the sail numbers. Or they are forced to have the sail numbers. They ended up the previous World Championships. So the Danish, I think they're almost they might keep their 7th. Let's see. Hopefully, get it a bit better. Maybe like a 5th place or something like that.
But I like that. I like that kind of cultural thing, just like with a gold or a silver star, on your sail, like the symbol of your class. I think that's nice, something to strive for, a little badge.
It is, and it's not always just winning the event and who's top 3. Like, you have different goals, like, being in the gold fleet, and you can see it from the sail numbers.
So both Irish teams rounding together.
Right, yes, it split Irish, backing both sides of the race course. Poland 42 going round next. Hong Kong were round in second just a moment ago, and USA 43. Andrew Molleris and Ian McDermott going round the left-hand gate mark, and then Poland 19 rounding. So the Poles having another good day.
I think it's interesting to watch this fleet, yes, and some teams just have a good day, and we talk about them more. Waiting for some teams to really, let's punch up in. I still want to see the Australians and the Uruguayans in 12th and 13th right now punch back up. I want to see some of the French teams and the Finnish team who won a race yesterday.
Yeah.
I want to see them get back up into it.
Very good gain by Netherlands 49. They were really deep at the top mark, so whatever they did on that run has definitely worked for them. Uruguay going round the far gate, just dropping the yellow Jenica on that side of the race course. France 44 coming round, followed by Germany 13. Germany 13 in the race for the overall lead of this championship, just a couple of places behind Bart Lambria and Floris van der Werken. So I think the Dutch are just about holding on to the overall lead of the World Championship right now. Should point out that Ian Barrows and Hans Henken, they've climbed up to 3rd overall before this race. So their 3rd place in the previous race puts them in the top 3.
I was looking at the Austrians. They were, rounding the mark as last. What happened to them? I think they lost something in the first upwind, not rounding the top wind mark so well. Maybe they had a tricky first upwind. That's not someone you used to see in the back.
No, and I wonder if Benjamin Bildstein and David Hussel looked at the lineup for this World Championship and thought, this is our opportunity to win the world title, because they're definitely good enough to do that.
They are,
and it's just not happening for them. I don't know what's up with the Austrian team this week. They did win a race yesterday.
Yeah, it's a lot that can go wrong, even though you have all the talent and like possibility to win and world championships. It's just like a small mental thing, or you never know what it is until you understand what's the problem, of your team.
I love that conversation. I think a lot of sailors, you can talk to them and they're saying, yes, I'm sitting here watching this happen and not being able to grab my opportunity. And some can get really frustrated for it, and some can just be patient, still stick with their process and see how it shakes out.
Whose opportunity is it here between Hong Kong and Denmark? Because it looks like Hong Kong has managed to find a bit of useful leverage on the left-hand side of the race course, and it looks like a close cross between Hong Kong. Will they be able to get across the bow of Denmark 7, or will they have to tack to leeward? Very, very close between those two boats right now.
This is where we go right to the drone shot.
Yeah, but it's interesting to see now when they cross. Oh, they're doing a tack?
Yeah, lee bow.
Okay.
So, they didn't want to go for the duck. They probably think that
I think a smart move.
Yeah, definitely.
Could be.
Yeah, if they believe that left side is gaining.
Yeah, it seems like the group to the left of them, certainly Ireland and USA are closer to them. So if they want to be more conservative and cover them, I think that's right on paper, that's a textbook move right there.
Yeah,
very hard to pull off in a skiff. It's much easier to do in a laser or a J70, but
it is indeed
to do that leeward tack. You've got to be confident in your tacking, otherwise you're going to get rolled.
Yeah. And you want to do it, ahead, but like close, but not too close. That's the tricky move.
Yeah.
So where is India? That was really strong in the.
They're in 19th in the middle of the race course, or 18th and 19th.
First speed. So that's really tough.
They have a tough position, and being in that position in the middle of the fleet, we see India there. It's just tricky, As a coach or someone, you would just look at it and be like, "There's not much possibility." You don't want to be placed in the middle like quite like mid-fleet or in the back of the fleet in the middle. You'd rather be in the corners.
And Poland right now got a little separated here. Both went to both sides of the course. Remember that both Irish teams went to both sides of the course, and they are almost on the same ladder rung, almost level across the course. Just Ireland 99 on the right, Dixon and Wadilov are just a little bit ahead, but that shows you that, both sides are doing okay.
The wind is quite stable, as we saw in the first upwind. This is the second upwind we're seeing. That there's maybe the wind it's stable. You can come from both left and right. Like, it's not a huge deal. It's more of the boat speed and where you do your attacks. Do you have good lanes?
You can also lose from the left and right, what we saw with Norway and Finland in the FX fleet.
But
at the same time.
You can, but I
you
think
could
the
lose
wind
for any side of the course, can't you?
You can, honestly, like, there can be the winner and the last one in the fleet at this next to each other in the start and do the exact same race. It's just about positioning and making the best out of your situation. All the small things matter.
It's nice to see Hong Kong here. We talked about that when we were looking at the FX fleets. Teams that either aren't as experienced or haven't been up yet at the top of a fleet in the world. But if you're up there and you know what to do with it and you're calm and you just do what you know how to do, Hong Kong's doing that right now. They held their nerve with Denmark. They lead bowed them. They covered the boats that were to the left of them. And now they're leading. It's really nice to see. That's probably a step change for them in their career, just a race like this.
Amazing, isn't it? They got a second place in qualifying just a couple of days ago, Akira Sakai and Russell Ellsworth. But even if they come second in this race, it's a second in a Gold Fleet final race, the top 25.
A little different.
A little different. And if they manage to win this race, well, that's an amazing milestone in your career, to win your first race at a World Championship in Olympic class.
Yeah, so the 49er fleet is split into two fleets because they just wouldn't be able to race in the same fleet. There are all in all 36 boats at this event. So 2 fleets it is, and yeah, that's why there is qualification days, 3 days of qualification, and now the first day of final races, and there's 2 more days to go with in the final races.
Exactly.
So the fleet is a bit... Yeah, it's different racing in the gold fleet than when there's 2 fleets, gold and silver. Because every time, when the fleet is split into 2 fleets, if you win, there's someone else also winning on the other race course.
And if you finish third, it feels great, but you've actually sort of finished sixth.
Yeah, and you can't do anything. Yeah, basically, you can't do anything about it.
So look at this, Hong Kong leading Denmark. How often do you see that? So
incredible.
Fantastic moment for Akira Sakai and Russell Ellsworth to take the lead away from the Danes with that really smart lee bow move that we saw earlier in the beat. And around go Hong Kong for the hoist. This is the final windward mark of race 11, and they go around with about a 2 boat length advantage ahead of Denmark 7, Frederik Rask and Jakob Prak Jensen, who are being chased hard by the Poles, Poland 19, and then Ireland. Which Ireland is it? It's Ireland 11 that managed to win the split between the 2 Irish teams. So it's Safer Guilfoyle and Johnny Durkin going round ahead of another Polish team, around another Irish team, Dixon and Wadilov, and then USA 43 with a bit of a breathing space back to the next pack. That's Andrew Mulleris and Ian McDermott.
So this is the second beat, the second upwind, so there's only 1 more downwind left, so still some chance to change the scoring. Yeah,
yes,
maybe some jive sets. Let's see.
Here's a moment for the series leaders as they do a nice tack and bear away move on board the Dutch boat Ned 49.
That was a pretty move.
Young Australians coming round, and a few people overstanding here on the starboard ley line as another American team just comes in, and it's Ian Barrows and Hans Henken, 3rd overall in this regatta. Another tack and bear away move that looked really nice for them as well.
Oh, the jib opened quite early here for the Germans.
Very messy, wasn't it?
Yeah, you don't maybe want to open the jib. Oh, that was a mistake probably. But opening up before you're actually rounding the top wind mark, you just lose a lot.
And Germany's Tim Fischer and Fabian Graf in Germany 13. They're some way back in the pack. That was India going round there. James Peters and Finn Sterrett second in the World Championships 3 years ago, but
so
struggling.
These are the guys, they took a 2-year break, probably thinking they would stop sailing and started working, and I guess one day they woke up and realized they wanted to continue sailing again.
That's what work does to you. That's what an office job
no
does
one
to you.
blames them. We're all, or we agree.
So we're back with the leaders. Can you believe it? From Hong Kong. Nice jibe with the blue Jenica for Hong Kong. So the time is running out for the Danes to be able to attack for the race win. It could be Akira Sakai and Russell Aylesworth's first ever victory at a World Championship in the 49er.
The Danish chose not to jibe with with Hong Kong, which is interesting. That would have been one of their moves to stay close to them and still trying to get go ahead of them or cover their wins. Actually, they just jibed after Hong Kong, pretty close near Hong Kong, but just after. I'm surprised about this move. Textbook move would be to jibe with Hong Kong above them, unless you see something more interesting, more wind on the left side. Why you would continue?
It's pretty much given away the possibility of attacking.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's a possibility to gain. It looks good on the Hong Kong. We can't see Denmark much. We can only see Hong Kong here with the blue spinnaker. Then there's the blue spinnaker behind them. Looks like the Polish, and there's the Denmark and the Danish Olympic spinnaker. So actually, it's not allowed to, before the games, you're not allowed to sail with the Olympic spinnakers because they're a bit different. The stitching is a bit different due to the flags. But I guess at these Worlds, it's still allowed to use them. I guess it's nice also to, be able to use these pretty spinnakers.
I suppose the spinnaker is one thing that's not going to change, right? So the spinnaker's staying the same. It's the upwind sails, the main and the jib that are going to the North 3DI.
Yeah, the one that we talked with Ben. Yeah.
I think for Denmark attacking Hong Kong, I think the only thought for both of them, Hong Kong just decided, I want to set up for something else. I'm going to go before the ley line. They were definitely, all these people are so smart, so they knew they weren't driving on the ley line, and maybe set themselves up for more breeze. Denmark maybe said, you know what, my attacking move was to wait a little bit longer, come in at a little stronger angle, and hope I ride out the rest of this puff. But right now, it seems like Hong Kong is really well placed across the course, and so few people jibed onto port early that it was just, they said, you know what, I'm going to get going.
Yeah, what do we think about the Irish? We can see it in the tracker. We can't see them on the picture, but it looks like they're coming in hot. Ireland 99.
Yep.
They did an earlier jibe and coming in now from the right side. We'll see them soon in the picture.
Yeah, much tighter angle, and we're coming to the finish right now.
So this is a victory for Hong Kong for Akira Sakai and Russell Aylesworth. Congratulations from them. Lucky 880 number for them. 8 is the lucky number if you're Chinese. So it's been lucky for them this time round. And then it's Denmark 7 just across the line ahead of Poland 19, Buksak and Wisbicki. And Ireland 99, Dixon and Warilov look like they've got the better of their teammates and rivals, Guilfoyle and Durkin, also from Ireland, Ireland 11. So really close between two Irish teams. And then Poland 42, Chipatek and Kolozinski in 6th place. Molleris and McDermott from the USA, and then another Polish team, the ones that won the previous race, Staniel and Storch in 8th, followed by France 44, Fischer and Delpech, and then coming across in 10th place it will be our overall series leaders, Lambria and Van der Verken, Netherlands 49. Not too bad from them. Should be enough just to hold on to the lead. USA 84, Barrows and Henken, a bit of a drop down to 11th for them. They were doing better in that race earlier. 12th place, Henry and Davey from Australia, the young team, 19 and 20 years old. And then in 13th, Fischer and Pecan from France. France 16. GBR 17, Hawkins and Thomas with the Union Jack just dropping the Jenica now, followed by Meggendorfer and Spranger from Germany, lying in the top 3 going into today, but a bit of a drop down for them. And then India's Kalapanda and Thakkar, brief leaders of the race, have dropped to 16th by the finish. And then in 17th, Fisher and Graf, a disaster for them as they were looking to attack for the overall lead, but unfortunately not for Germany 13. Germany 9-11, the Porsche team of Stingler and Schiel, they are in 18th. 19th, Bildstein and Hussel from Austria. What are they doing back there? In 20th, Korhonen and Bremen from Finland. Italy 147 in 21st. That's Ferrarese and Chiesi. In 22nd is the local Omani team Al Hadi. Peters and Sterrett in 23rd. GBR 5, not good for them. And then we have the Uruguayan Zumpia and Dietz from Uruguay, and Austria, Pretner, Flackberger bringing up the rear.
Talking about the flags earlier, the spinnakers. I mean, the spinnakers will change as well, but they wanted to allow the country flags to be used, the Olympic spinnakers to be used in this event, just so that they won't go to waste.
Yeah.
We are now wondering about the next race. There should be one more race scheduled. The sun it's setting at 5:20, according, I'm looking at the
So
phone.
that's 45 minutes of daylight left.
Exactly, and a race target time is 30 minutes. It doesn't look like they will have a flag. Everyone is still staying there. It looks like they're continuing doing the third race.
Just as well that we've got sails that we would be able to see in the dark, isn't it? I'm wondering what we're going to be able to see with the 3DI sails.
Oh, have you ever sailed in the dark? Do you know what the trickiest part is?
The trickiest part is not knowing where you're going, isn't it?
No, you know where you're going, but you can't see the gusts.
The puff.
Oh, of course not. Of course not.
So that's really tricky to react.
I have sailed the 49er in the dark. There was a here Olympic week where it was so windy during the day, no one could go sailing, and we had been there about 5 days not sailing, and then there was this brief moment at dusk when you could go sailing, and it was only a force 4 or 5, and I can tell you, sailing it felt twice as fast. What have you just seen?
We just see a windsurf foiler coming by with the Omani flag hanging off the leech, flying through the harbor here. Sorry about that, everyone. It's not on the screen.
Chris is getting too excited.
We got so excited because yesterday was Oman National Day, and they were out windsurfing in their traditional white suit. You know, it's like a long suit with long sleeves, but with a hole cut in their belly of the outfit for their harness hook.
All right.
So the windsurfer cut out. They had their hats on and everything. So, but I think these team. Yep. So we're going to come back into the studio here while they wait to see if they're going to start this race, and everyone's sitting with their coaches.
So, it was. We'll have to see what how the overall standings line up, but I think that Lambria and Van der Werken from the Netherlands have still done enough to be holding on to the lead, because that was not a good finish for Fischer and Graf. I wonder if it's enough for Ian Barrows and Hans Henken to be able to climb up to second overall. It's also been a really good day for the Polish. Seemed to be Polish boats everywhere, didn't
all
there?
The Polish, like 3 teams. I don't know about the third, but they've been all like in the top. Like occasionally we'll see them. It's really cool for all of them. I'm pretty sure they're actually also coached by the same coach, so maybe they have the same knowledge.
Yeah, you do wonder.
Like left side.
Yeah.
Nah.
And I was talking to the Indian coach earlier, and he was talking about how some teams use the WinBot. Have you know about the WinBot that some coaches have? It's
like the weather station on their rib.
Onboard weather station. It's about 7,000 or 8,000 euros worth of equipment.
Yeah, but it's really good equipment. Of course,
well, you would hope so for that price.
Yeah, the sailors are not allowed to have electronics on the boat or anything. Just a compass, basically, so you can follow the wind shifts. But that's I think to have that on a coach boat is incredible advantage, because the coach can actually follow, and normally they have like pads where they get all the info throughout the day. So that's pretty nice.
What about just one WinBot that for the whole fleet that everybody can access.
If you think about that, would be. Why didn't no one think about that? Genius.
I'm not doing well for sales of WinBots though, am I? If we just have one WinBot for everyone.
Should we talk with Ben?
Yeah.
We'll bring in
see,
Ben.
see if Ben can buy us a WinBot.
But you bring up a really excellent point, and when we talk about regattas and reducing our imprint, reducing the cost of regattas. Whether it be boat equipment, coaching. Motorized, digital motor mark bots.
Yeah.
And, I think sharing resources as much as we can, if we can figure that out, like you said, two $8,000 mark bots instead of compulsory competitive advantage for every coach. That kind of thing.
Well, this is the point that the Indian coach was making. I think his name's Sandeep, and he was saying, are these WinBots going to be allowed at future World Championships, in brackets, because we can't afford one?
Right.
And I think that's a terrible shame that if there is a competitive advantage that the wealthier nations can afford and the poorer nations can't afford, I don't think that being given that outside knowledge is necessarily a necessary part of sailing. I think it's a nice to have. It's to take the WinBots off the course, like the teams were told to do with only a few weeks to go before Tokyo 2020. It's quite a controversial decision by World Sailing to say you're not having them, but I think that was a really good move. It was really tough on those.
Fair move.
A fair move. Yeah. Probably should have been said a little bit earlier.
A bit earlier, indeed. Yeah.
But for example, the Bermuda race, an offshore race, the race itself decided to invest in weather routing, hire one of the best weather routers to provide that information to the competitors, as opposed to only the teams that can afford the several $100s, sometimes several $100s a day leading up to the regatta to have these analysis, just to say, you know what, this is for the whole fleet to take advantage of this, we will hire the weather router and to give you all that data to share and let it all come out on the race course so you can decide. And
interestingly, that's what just came out in the protocol for the new America's Cup, that there is going to be shared weather data. And there was something similar for the America's Cup in 2007 in Valencia. So it's not the first time that this has been done, this sort of democratic way of sharing wind data. So seems to me that's what we should be talking about here in a class where we're trying to make things as affordable as possible for the emerging nations.
Indeed. I think we'll tap into this later and talk with the class manager.
Okay.
That'll be the next interview.
Or maybe we'll have been removed from the headphones by then. I don't know.
Might be.
We're into the starting sequence for race 12, and we've got, I think, just about 3 minutes to go. So let's just, if you bring up the tracking, you can see for yourself the starting sequence with track.dk, and we'll see what's the best way to get up this beat. We've seen the power of the pin end start so many times today. Generally, I would say, well, I'm going to ask you guys first before I give you my answer. If you had to choose a side of the race course today, Nora, and it had to be the same side every time, which side of the race course would you choose today based on what you've seen?
Well, I'd be looking at the tracker, and to make it simple, I would choose left.
And what would you have chosen, Chris?
For myself, I'm a middle of the line kind of guy.
Okay.
So I like my options.
Yeah.
But so if I had to pick, I'd pick middle left.
Okay.
Just a little bit, 2 boats down from the middle.
Well, I would have gone for left, like Nora as well. So
like hard left.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
Because my tacking's not very good. I can't afford to tack very often.
You don't want to be in the middle of the fleet. You'd rather be like outside, kind of gambling.
I think
gamble. Yeah.
How long have we got? We got 1 minute 40 before the start, and for us, Nora and I talking about how much we want the left. Well, the left is up for grabs right now, isn't it?
It is, but looking at the screen, can we even see some puffs on the water? Maybe on the right side?
No, that looks about the same as we saw before with that kind of light in the middle, so I think that's more of our
hoping.
view.
Yeah, okay.
In another half hour, no one will see any puffs because this light is suddenly going to disappear.
But we see Hong Kong on the pin end. Oh, just left at the pin end. Quite alone. Oh, and with the Greek. Uruguay, sorry. But definitely the top of the fleet and the most of the fleet want to start from the right side. It just looks like maybe there's a right shift. Even looking at the flag, there might be a right shift, so that's probably why you would go there to the committee boat.
So it's first and second fighting for the pin. Hong Kong and Denmark, exactly the two boats that were first and second last time round.
Believing the left side.
Yeah, yeah. Going with us, Nora. So who's your boat in sort of middle left? Who are you looking at there, Chris?
Tricky.
Yeah, good call. I think we have France 16, and then looking for a GBR to give up.
And USA 84, I wonder.
USA.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just see where they're going to end up. And
then we have Australia, middle left. That's Chris, where you wanted to. Oh, with the US guys.
Yeah.
Where you wanted to go.
We got 10 seconds to the start.
Let's find out.
We're into launch time. Will Denmark be able to hold the pin?
Bowden, it looks like they're starting quite early. Maybe a UFD there.
They've hooked up on the anchor line on the Danish boat. Absolute disaster for them. They're going to have to do a penalty turn, maybe.
Maybe, or just
flip on
maybe
support.
They didn't touch.
Yeah, maybe they just hooked up the anchor line.
But that's brutal. Doing a slow start and then having to tack straight away. They're far behind the fleet now.
So this is interesting. We wound up having kind of a reverse of a midline sag.
Do we think there's a
general?
Oh, a general.
Recall.
Yeah. I thought for a moment you'd won there with your middle left start.
I was looking pretty good right now. They're in first, but they were probably over. So
the boats are continuing because they don't know there's a general, right?
Or they just want to just test. That's their little quick test.
Yeah.
You know it's over, but if someone else is lined up, that's your moment just to feel out where I stand. How'd my positioning on the line work out? What does the breeze look like coming down now? I get a little closer to it.
Yeah.
It looked like the general recall was because especially the right side of the end where the most boats, they were quite early.
Yeah, so they together they kind of inch each other up a lot closer. And I said it was the reverse of a midline sag. Everyone kind of dragged each other up.
Yeah,
yes.
Then you can't see the
midline bulge.
Your midline bulge.
So that Battle of the Bulge is exactly what the race officer David Campbell James didn't want, because he's running out of daylight to be able to run this race, and at night the sharks and the sea snakes come out.
Literally.
From what I've heard.
Literally.
Yeah.
Sea snakes. We've seen some on the
leopard sharks and sea snakes.
Yeah.
Yeah. What have you seen from the sailors? Snakes in the Nacra?
Well, they dragged a sea snake all the way ashore the other day, didn't they?
Finnish teams.
Yeah. And there are leopard sharks out there apparently, and so they
so
need
stay
to
on the boats.
Stay on the boat. Don't capsize like we saw with that. Was it Austrian team? Yeah.
Do you think that David Campbell James, our race officer, just one of the top officers in the world, do you think he's thinking about this daylight deadline and saying, you know what, black flag or whatever the term is for some kind of deterrent?
Yeah, I would say probably at least U flag. If they, I'm surprised they weren't already on the U flag. But
can you explain the U flag?
It's like a black flag with a reprieve. So with a black flag with a general recall, doesn't matter. You can't restart the race. With a U flag, if you are one of the naughty ones that cross the start line too early, if there's a general recall on a U flag, you can restart. You can get back in on the restart. Whereas black flag, you're home for the day.
Yeah, so there's probably a black flag after this.
I'm guessing that.
Normally.
Yeah.
But I like the race committee. They've been like the face, how quickly they've been doing the races after each other. That's quite a good pace.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that is the value of David Campbell James. He's been the class race officer for, I'm thinking, probably almost a decade. So he knows this class inside out. He's got spreadsheets and formulae for if the wind is this strength, then that's how far you set the windward mark for, because he's operating towards this target time of 30 minutes for the winner to cross the finish line. And I bet you that if the winner takes 30 minutes and 31 seconds, he'll bring in that windward mark just that little bit, just to absolutely hit the finish time on the nail. He's really accurate. He's a man for attention to detail.
That's really nice to hear, and it's appreciated by sailors indeed, because if the break is too long, yeah, maybe it's nice you can have a snack or two in between, but of course the sailors want to get going. You want to have a quick quick drink, hydration and snack, and then just get going to the next race. Like, you just don't want to hang around too much.
Just on well, I'll let Andy update us here really quick on what our procedure is. It looks like we're actually lining up for a start right now.
Yes, I think we are in. There's definitely another attempt to get this start in, and I think you were just showing me when the hard dark, as it's described, is 5:51. So but they need to get back to shore as well.
Yeah, it's kind of nice to see something when you get back to shore, unless they have flashlights, but
it's really dark. So
it
I
gets
think
dark
I think when
quickly.
they say that's hard dark, they mean because we're in the desert, it goes down and it's done.
Yeah.
So now it's going to be interesting with the wind. We were talking about that when the sun goes down, the wind is probably going to, move with the sun. So we'll see. Will we have some huge turns in the wind direction during this race? Especially, it's been like a pretty typical sea breeze here today.
Yeah, exactly. We could have a really quick fade as that lower light and everything cools down very quickly. It looks like we're awfully close to the start, and we have an even bigger bunch up near the boat. We had like a couple boats scattered down towards the pin like we saw with Hong Kong and Denmark, but now no one's down here, and I'm sure we have about 35 seconds to go.
So they really want that right-hand side, don't they? And I wonder how biased it is. And I'd be surprised if things have changed that much, but the behaviour of the fleet has changed enormously.
But things are changing quickly with the time of day. So I think they might be seeing something on the water that we don't see. We only see this little blurb, and we don't have our light correct.
No, unfortunately we can't see much, but we can only see how the sailors react, like what they do, and get into their heads and see, okay, the right side looks like there's definitely something they want to go for there.
Yeah. So I was off on my time, but maybe we're at a minute or something, who knows. But I always get thrown off by the 49er because they can hang on the line in one spot for a long time, right, Nora?
They can, and that's a good skill to learn, and that's something you practice quite a long time to be able to do that. Especially in the 49ers, they do a lot of like double tacking. We haven't seen that going on right now. Maybe it's easy to hold on to the lane. I think it's 35 seconds left to the start. So interesting.
And
India is now doing a port start.
Yeah.
All the way from the pin end.
And that can work, can't it? I mean, that can be a winning move sometime, but I don't think on this racetrack.
I don't think so either.
Okay. Coming on 15 seconds.
We have USA down here at the pin, or at least the one furthest closest to the pin, and Australia. USA really likes this pin end, though.
I agree with him. I think it's a good place to be.
That was the start.
Yeah,
that is the start.
We're just a little bit off on our time today, but they're gone. And looks like everyone was a little bit better behaved on that start line, we hope. And again, USA with their bow free. Which USA is that?
That's our boys Barrows and Henken, USA 84. So in third overall going into this race, and possibly even higher actually. I think they might even be up into the top two. So they're actually becoming world championship contenders, the USA 84 boys that have just won the pin end start. But I really like the positioning of the French boat just to windward of them.
Yeah, two French. How come is it like when you see the Polish or the French or Italians, they always end up to be close to each other? Do you think there's something?
I think they train together, they work together. I think they analyze the course together, and they usually have the same coach.
And they're used to see each other, so maybe they're just like unconsciously end up finding their way close to each other.
But the one thing that we're noticing on this start is it's very different than the last one. We saw USA so strong, boats pointing at them, pin feeling like it's favored, them going in the right direction. The only people that are going off left or to the right now are people that got flushed out that way. Meaning forced out that way.
Yeah, and we were talking about that the right looked strong, just the previous start that we had a general. But now I think it switched a bit, the momentum. It seems like there was a shift back maybe towards the left. That's why USA started looking so strong.
We do have a good part of the fleet ending up going to the right. And so let's see how this ends up. Actually, right now, it looks like there might be a little bit more breeze
on the far side.
On the far side, yeah.
So as far as we can see at the moment, it looks like USA 84, for getting that great start, has actually dropped out of the best breeze. It looks like the boats to windward are lifting out, and it's as you said, Chris, it's nothing like the race where they were leading earlier and they were able to tack and cross so soon after the start. They've got boats going up the inside of them at the moment. There's nothing America can do about it. And France 44 looking well placed on this side of the racetrack. Kevin Fischer and Noe Delpech. And just to windward of them, Germany 911. Also looking pretty good on this side of the race course. Chris, how do you think it's shaping up on the far side?
Which far side?
On the right-hand side.
Oh, yeah, on the right-hand side. So right here, we have some signs of, not like last time where the point is totally flat. You can see that here. Farthest left boat tacking and still has probably like 5 or 6 boats nearby ahead of them. So to me, what that says is that the right side of the course is not unstrong, but I think the far right is the strongest right now, but the most boats are on the left side of the course right now.
The French tacking back from the left towards the middle. I think, they're pretty far on already on the left, not far from the ley line. So I guess they're coming back and checking up how it's going.
I'm getting a little deceived by the tracker here because it shows that the middle right pack is really strong, and actually that is that.
Here we can see the Polish all the way to the right.
Mm-hmm.
So the Polish that won a race a couple of races ago are actually, and they won from the left side of the course that time. They're actually leading the charge on the right-hand side of the course this time round.
Yeah, the first race of the day.
I think this is a little deceiving because I think most of the boats are on the right are boats that really kind of had a hard time of it right after the start. And the boats that are on the left were the ones that had clear lanes and were able to keep going.
And sometimes
that's just all you need to extend.
Yeah, exactly. But I think sometimes it's quite funny that the boats that have gotten a good start and have a good race, and then suddenly, for example, if the right side gains a lot, it's like, but they had a horrible lane and they just had to go to the right because they haven't had choice. But then they end up doing really well.
They got dealt a lucky hand by somebody else.
Yeah, and that feels so unfair if you're the one on the left and like you had a great start and doing well and it looks great.
Well, you were just saying earlier how much you love that lucky jibe set.
No, I only like.
So you don't like the lucky hand, the upwind, but you like it downwind.
Yeah, especially downwind if you're in the back. That's just the only card you can take. Like there's not many paths going downwind. I feel like upwind there's more to work on. Downwind is pretty simple. Well, maybe it's just how I think about it. But downwind you go either right or left, and then you jibe in the middle if you can.
Yeah.
The one thing I'm not seeing, like what we saw earlier in the day with the FX, is areas of the course just caving in, like a pothole. Right now, the fleet is still moving up generally together. And if there's a difference, we can fine-tune like, whoa, France is ahead, and then now Poland's ahead. That's just little variations going along. It still tells me, by looking at this, it's still relatively steady.
And you can't see them that clearly, but the most left-hand boat in the screen, in the middle distance, I think that's France 44, and I really like where they are.
The furthest left on our screen.
Yeah.
I think we should also highlight the level of this fleet. Like it's really tight racing in between these. We see a lot of the good sailors all the way in the back and the other way around. Like sailors that not used to be in the front starring and being in the front and be like, winning the race almost. So that's, I think, super cool and tells a lot about the racing.
Yeah, and these boats, they've been training a lot, maybe just by themselves or a lot of times with just one other boat for the last year and a half. And racing like this, where it's level, when I was talking about that flattening of the point where they're level all the way across and right next to each other, that's exactly like tuning. So you're going as fast as you think you can go, and then someone goes a little faster and you're like, I gotta keep trying stuff, and keep trying, this works, this doesn't work. And that's what everyone's doing right now. They're shifting gears. They're saying this feels good or good enough, or this doesn't feel good, let's keep trying something. And they've been doing that all year long. They just haven't been doing a lot of course racing.
Yeah, it's unfortunate due to COVID. Like many had to stay home, or for example, the Australians or New Kiwis that they're just stuck in their countries, and they can't sail with the international level or training partners. So it's interesting. People are used to train with, together, have like 8 events a year or like many events a year. You see them all the time. Like every month you're in a different country sailing together. And now it's like, you see people doing a lot of progress without actually knowing they're doing progress.
Yeah.
Just suddenly seeing them at events and be like, hey, wait, what have you been doing? The previous half a year.
So many different ways to train, aren't there? And this is a big experiment to see whose method of training has worked the best. At the moment, it looks like whatever France 44 have been drinking is working for them.
Champagne.
We've actually got 2 fishers, both from France 44, Fischer and Delpech, just about to go around, followed by France 16, Fischer and Pecan. So a good day for the fishermen.
Okay, I'll stop. Getting late here at the studio as well.
We'll let you recover from that while we follow the rest of the teams around the mark. Hong Kong right back up in there. That's really fantastic to see. And the Australians finally getting their legs today. They've really had a tough day, the young Australians. And let's see what they can do with some open race course in front of them.
And just tacking around in 4th place is our series leaders, Bart Lambria and Floris van der Werken. So doing enough to maintain their lead in the championship. And there is the Hong Kong team going round, looking like they're going to do an early jibe set. I guess they didn't have much choice when they got so many boats further to windward of them. What do you think, Nora?
Sorry, I didn't see the situation.
No problem. We should probably keep on calling the boats around. So Ireland 99, a little bit further back in this one. Not sure if I saw Germany 13 go through yet, but we're looking for Germany 13 as the.
This is Germany 22 that just went around.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then Ferrarese. Let's see. And this is fun when the commentators have to catch up like this.
Germany 13.
Yeah, they were around in 11th. Yeah, okay. So they're not doing too badly. Uruguay coming round now. One of the smaller teams in the fleet.
And then one of the new teams, the Finnish, they're struggling a bit today. Despite their bullet yesterday, they still have a lot to go. But they're really happy to be in their first time in the Gulf fleet, as well as the Oman guys and Uruguay, I expect. And
in last place was James Peters and Finn Sterrett, and bearing in mind they were second in the worlds just 3 years ago. That 2-year break that they've taken doing office work, it's given them a bit of work to do back on the race course, hasn't it? Yeah, they're getting back into the groove, I guess.
So look at this, much different run than before. First race, the races before that. Heavy people staying on starboard after that. Then this race just before this, things changing a little bit. We saw people starting near the boat, a couple more, jibe sets. And then now the fleet's not quite split 50-50, but really strong, and the leaders are coming out of the right side downwind at the moment.
Well, talk of 50-50, that's about as clear a 50-50 as I think we've seen. I mean, to see that many jibe sets on the first Windward Mark rounding is quite unusual. And meanwhile, we got a battle of the French, and France 44 were leading going around the Windward Mark, but it looks like the boat that has gone down the right-hand side of the picture, France 16, has now taken the lead. So there's a match race going on between the 2 Fishers, Fischer on the right and Fischer on the left, 2 French boats, and need to find out the relationship between those 2, if they are related or if they just happen to have the same name, bearing in mind that it's also the same name as Germany's Tim Fischer, so there are 3 Fishers in the fleet.
Yeah, we'll have to ask the French if they're related at all. Or it's just a common name.
We have at least 2 French Rius that are not related, maybe 3. But this is great. This is where we see the 2 sides come in to see, like what Andy said, it's a little rare to have so many people do a jibe set like that. But let's see how they come in. It looks like the French are head-to-head. Australia and Hong Kong are other 2 gauges right now. But Hong Kong has to go through this bad air, maybe that Australia's been sitting in, from Germany, Poland, Germany, Poland. I didn't even see that coming. In that middle group, we're showing at 5, 7, 12, and 17th place.
So the boats are now approaching the first leg, basically, the first downwind mark of the final race of the day. This is the third race to the 49ers. There was a bit lighter winds, like the wind just wasn't enough in the morning to start off the day as scheduled, so the FX girls had to wait a bit, and that means also the 49ers waited. So now it's getting, close to sunset. It's getting a bit dark as well. Oh, and we can see in the picture there's some swell. So maybe we can see a little surf
Look
here.
at that, he's on the they're on the wave right now. I think that's a really big benefit.
That's a big wave.
But they were on port, and they had a starboard tacker, their teammate.
They were in a hurry to do that jibe.
Yeah, they wanted to stay on that wave for as long as possible. If their teammates weren't there, they might have gone a little further and rode that wave.
We see the green spinnaker here. Had a good surf on the wave, but had to jibe. It's the Australians. Interesting to see the waves back. We haven't seen them today. We just seen like some chops, but not like actual surfing wave.
Yeah. How can that just suddenly come from nowhere? That's
I'm surprised.
Yeah, that is very surprising. Well, the French have got both sides of the racecourse covered right now, so we've got a split developing between the two French fishers, and we'll see which side works. But it looks like there's a little bit less bad air from the fleet coming out to the left-hand side, the side that we're with our drone camera. So
and that's always a bit of a gain, less disturbed air. You just want to get away from it quickly.
And look how disturbed it is now, down at the bottom of the course now. The boat's so much slower coming out of the leeward gate. You can see how the rich can get richer on these race courses because they're just drifting round with all the bad air that they've carried down with them with their spinnakers.
Yeah, rounding, you see the Germans and Polish teams rounding. It's super slow, like there's not much wind here. You just rather want to go around the mark as quickly as possible, and this is kind of like, the sailors are just waiting, like kind of like queuing for the mark rounding.
Yeah, it's painful stuff, isn't it?
Yeah.
And Poland straight onto attack, and not a very well executed attack there. Oman coming round number 145, just squeezed into qualification in 25th place yesterday on National Day. That was Musab Al-Hadi.
I think they did a little gain from the previous upwind mark. They were quite far in the back, so it looks like the downwind has been good for them.
Excellent.
Then we have both of the Irish teams quite far in the back as well. Unfortunate to see them there.
The breeze is definitely tapered here, and with this building swell and a little chop on top of it, you can see the boats kind of not struggling, but definitely the masts are moving around a lot more, and it's getting dark. I think as the sun goes down, it's getting into kind of thicker, optics, and it's just getting darker exponentially quicker right now. Looking out our window, it's a lot darker, and you saw up near that weather mark. I don't know if it was just the lenses or not, but right now we're seeing them go up the course. Again, when we immediately come out of the leeward mark or a start, we're on the second beat right now. I like to see which tack is taking me up the course quicker, and it's pretty obvious that starboard tack is getting you up the race course a little bit quicker right now. And but we have the two French boats split right now, and France 44 and is definitely that fisher is leading the other fisher, and certainly by a good amount. It's getting up the race course quicker, but we just don't know what the puffs are going to be like. It's okay to get the first shift, but it's really who gets the last shift when things are close that makes a difference.
True, but it's also wind strength differences that might come into play. Just coming back to the leeward mark rounding, I just wonder how much of a price France 16 out on the right hand side paid to get through all that bad air, and maybe that is the difference between the two French teams, because at the moment I would rather be France 44 that we're looking at close in shot than France 16 that you can just about make out on the right hand side of our picture.
Looking at the tracker, France 16 going all the way to the right, pretty lonely there, having a bit of a lead compared to the other part of the fleet going to the right. They still look quite even though France on the left side, 44, is ahead. So it would just time tells. It would be interesting to see how they come towards the top with Mark, especially because they're simultaneously attacking on both sides of the race course. We can see it in the tracker. You saw just the picture here of the France 44.
As they're going as they're going up the race course right now, definitely getting into more pressure than down at the leeward mark. They were in off the wire a little bit. France 44 was earlier. Now they're out. Australia. Okay, then now we can see the difference between France 44 and their countryman France 16. Definitely, at least at the moment, a lot can change here because they just went from half trapping to full trapping. And also, let's just bring up Australia here, slowly climbing through the fleet. They were a couple places behind there, and last race in the top 10 there wasn't much movement. Australia's probably made one of the biggest moves in the fleet since the last race. So pay attention here because the breeze is changing really dramatically. We saw from that footage that France 44 looked way over the top, not totally over, but way over the top of France 16. But a lot's going to happen. I think the breeze is going to get really unstable in the next couple minutes.
It's interesting to see if the French boats from the both sides, if they come together in the top, still really close to each other. That means that there's actually maybe not a huge difference on the sides, which is where you go.
Yep.
But Nora, who would you rather be right now, those two French boats?
I think, the French on the left side, France 44, it just looks like they have a better angle coming in.
And it does look better. They're actually going faster on the right-hand side, funnily enough. You look at their boat speeds, and they've got half a knot more boat speed on the right-hand side, but the angle on the left looks better. So it's not disastrous on the right-hand side for France 16, but I just think the angles are generally paying to the left-hand side a little bit better.
It would be interesting to hear from the sailors today. Did they actually see much on the water? It's getting darker. Can you see the puffs better or worse? We were talking about it in a sunny day during midday. It's difficult to see the puffs. That's what we heard from the sailors. Maybe it's easier now when it's getting dark, but normally it's not. It doesn't help, but we'll see.
The sails are almost the same colour as the sky, aren't they? And I was thinking about whether visually these black sails are going to be better or worse. I think in these conditions, the black sails might actually look better. There might be more contrast against the sky. I've yet to be convinced, but
I think there are actually, strangely, a lot of opinions on that sail color. But right now, looking at going up the race course here, we lost our Wi-Fi, so we can't see the tracker. But I think that it's very telling here to see where Australia ends up. They were in second on the tracker versus that other French team. There we go. The French 44. It was definitely over the top of French 16, but I think it was awfully close with that French and Australian team. And Nora, it goes back to what we've said, in the last couple of days, which is if you win your side, even if you are on the unfavored side, you're going to come out in the top group.
Yeah, and here's often. A good example of it. But often, since you can't be everywhere.
Exactly.
So you just have to pick one side. But it's funny to see the French coming so close to each other. Here we see the French coming up to the second upwind mark, final race of day 4. After this, basically, they go home and then no home. I mean,
it's going to be a race to finish to the shore as well, isn't it? They won't be hanging around at the finish.
Oh no, they will just go straight to bed.
So Kevin Fisher and Noe Delpech round in first place. Good hoist by the French team, getting that blue Jenica up and running, and it is a race back down to the finish line. Final race of the day.
The French were doing the winning French they did a jibe.
Yes, we were just about to see that, weren't we?
Yeah, that's not usual unless there's actually a huge gust, wind shift or something happening. So that's interesting to see. We'll see how it evolves.
So we've got 2 French teams around now, along with Oh, sorry, just forgotten who else went round.
The Australians.
The Australians, thank you. And Poland 164, winners of the race earlier on this afternoon. And then our series leaders, Netherlands 49, sailing their second major event together as a team, Bart Lambria and Floris van der Werken. Round next is Austria, then Germany 13, so that's a good gain for Tim Fischer and Fabian Graf, also very much in contention for the overall World Championship at the moment. Round go Germany 22. India 316, good position for them. USA 84. Had a pretty good day overall. By their standards, not such a good race. I think they were a little bit higher up earlier on in this race. But generally, Barrows and Henken coming to the front of this fleet on a number of occasions. Poland 42, close with Poland 19, who had to change direction. I wonder if there'll be a protest between two Polish boats there, or will they let their teammates go? Italy 147. Then round go Austria 29. That's Bildstein and Hussel. Uruguay just tacking in behind Germany 911. And then the Omani team coming in, but GBR 17 just about getting through.
One.
Just getting away with that.
Yeah, it seems like the boats from the starboard, they're a bit overlaid, so there is space to come in from the port, and that's always nice for the port boats.
Irish boats not doing so well in this race. Ireland 99, Robert Dixon and Sean Wadilove, they've had a bit of a slip in this race. Round go James Peters and Finn Sterrett haul their way back up from last place. They've taken a few back.
Looking at the downwind strategy, it looks quite similar than the upwind. The fleet is just divided in two and, going the opposite directions. Again, the French going the opposite direction.
I mean, why would you do that when you're leading? That's such...
weren't they actually going...
They were swapped on the last run.
They swapped sides.
Yes.
It's like French 16 were like, no, it looks better on the other side. I'm going to go there downwind.
But if you remember, there was the other boat, France 16, was going a little bit faster upwind on that side of the course. So maybe there is more breeze up on the right-hand side of the course.
Yeah, because, the sailors, when they go upwind, they're already planning their downwind tactics. So you basically look how the upwind has been going, how the other boats are doing on the other side. But of course, if you gained from, let's say, the right side, you would usually pick the right side going downwind as well if it's more breeze or for some shift reasons. But, it seems like there's many paths up to the top here. There's not a right one or a wrong one in a way, as long as you have good breeze, good boat speed. Maybe that was probably has been this race.
There's not much more racetrack left here with those front boats. It looks like Australia is kind of rolling or trying to roll the other French team.
And I have a good opportunity there. They're a bit far off, but they have a possibility to do that.
It's going to be close between the two boats we're looking at here, I think. We don't see France 44, but France 44 is not far from the finish line, and it looks like Fischer and Delpech are going to win this race. But meanwhile, France 16 in picture are going to be in a fight all the way to the finish to try and hold on to second place from the Australians with the green Jenica.
Nora, does that look like a pretty hot angle, considering the conditions right now for France 16?
Yeah, and looks like they're actually getting in the wind shadow of Australia here. They had to lift their angle a bit, so I think Australia is getting the better wind now, and they're covering them.
Australia may have just really nailed that ley line with enough breeze to come down, jibe early.
Interesting to see. They might have to still do one jibe, but can they finish with this ley line? Maybe be able to finish. We just saw the winner of the race,
Kevin Fischer and Noe Delpech. So they do win that race. So and they're going to win the race to shore. It's a race to get back to shore before the dark completely overwhelms us. And it is the Australians that take second place away from France 16. So Otto Henry and Miles Davey, the 19 and 20-year-olds, they finished the day in a fantastic fashion.
A good comeback.
Very good comeback.
It was a brilliant passing move. And they must be like, phew, let's get back on our form and shake off the earlier part of the day.
Staniel and Storch, they come across the line in 4th place, are winners of the first race of the day. Lambria and Van der Werken doing enough to finish in 5th place, which will leave the Dutch still in 1st overall in the World Championships. Austria's Pretner and Flackberger, Austria 128 coming across the line in 6th. The boat that we saw take an unexpected capsize in the previous race. And then Fischer and Graf also in World Championship contention. They are coming across the line in 7th place, so they will probably hold on to 2nd overall. And then Hong Kong, winners of the previous race, with a lucky 880 number, they should be the next to come across the line and finish. But it's going to be very, very close. Who's going to get across the line? Super tight, but at the moment it's still Hong Kong, Sakai and Aylesworth that just get across the line in 8th place, and a photo finish coming up for the next two. It's going to be maybe Meggendorfer and Spranger from Germany that just take 9th place away from Barrows and Henken in 10th, with India's Kalapanda and Thakkar in 11th, followed by Poland's Buksak and Wijbicki in 12th. And then a bit of a gap before we see Bildstein and Hussel, Austria 29, who are looking set to take 13th place across the finish line. Just a small gap in front of Uruguay's Umpierre and Diz. And Chibatek and Kolazinski from Poland coming across the line in 15th. Small gap, and then we can expect to see Oman's Al Hadi coming across the line for 16th, but it's going to be close. Looks like they've just been pipped to the post by Finland and Germany, and James Peters and Finn Sterrett, GBR5, just following Oman across the finish line. And then it's Ireland 11, Guilfoyle and Durkin, just ahead of Italy's Ferrarese and Chiesi. Hawkins and Thomas, GBR 17. Ireland's Dixon and Wadilov in 23rd. Oh, and the Danes, Rask and Pret Jensen, second in the previous race, second last in this race. And Molleris and McDermott from the USA maybe even stole 24th place, if you can call that stealing. It might have relegated Rask and Pret Jensen. So dropping from second, they were leading the previous race.
Yeah.
Should have won that previous race. They've just finished last in that race. It just goes to show you, Chris, the depth of quality in this fleet.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I also want to give a shout out to the Omani team for moving up the scorecard. They've been really near the bottom of the pack. Just is really them just first exposure to this level of racing, and this shows that they're learning, which is awesome to see. But yeah, I mean, I was just going to ask both of you, in this race, this isn't super light and shifty. This isn't you know, out in the ocean in Santa Cruz where it's windy and steady. And so it's something in between. So it's a different kind of race where you don't have a specialist for this condition.
Yeah, it's those sort of crossover conditions where sort of everyone can do it. We're going to wrap up fairly soon, but Nura, any observations from the FX or the 49er? Anything you want to highlight today?
Oh, just overall interesting day. Like, the racing has been so different. Every race has been different, and especially now with the 49ers, it was more. The wind was sort of settled, more stable, so it was a nice day, and especially in the last race, really nice to see the two French boats trying to be who's challenging basically who's first or second, but going to the opposite side of the race course, but still ending up like near each other. Really interesting of that, and the sun is setting, but the wind didn't change. Like, it stayed the same. So that's interesting.
A bit of swell came in at the end, changed things slightly. That was slightly unexpected. Chris, any observations for you?
Yeah, my closing thoughts are, because of these conditions and just my general look at this, the scores were really up and down for everyone. There were no standouts today in either of the fleets, and so I think you're going to see the score lines, the totals, the nets, to be really close. So I predict, almost regardless of tomorrow, whether it's this middle condition, people are going to figure it out. And I think tomorrow's moving day. I think you're going to see something get established in the points tomorrow, and people are going to be really taking a hard look on, how do I manage this type of condition? And if it's that way tomorrow, I think I got to figure it out.
Yeah.
Moving day tomorrow.
There are no reigning or no previous world champions in the 49er class. Whoever wins this world title will be winning it for the first time. So there's huge opportunity. The pecking order isn't really there the way that it's been going into Tokyo 2020. Pete Burling and Blair Tuke aren't here. They're pretty much the worlds have been dominated for the last 10 years either by Nathan Outridge and Ian Jensen or Pete Burling and Blair Tuke. So there's going to be a new champion, and based on what we've seen today, we still don't really have much idea who that's going to be.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we've been talking about everyone's little individual moment, Oman's moment to qualify, and then to learn from this. The Hong Kong FX team, same thing. But this is a world championship. It's a big deal. This is somebody's moment. And what I'm excited to see is it's different than the pecking order where you're like, it's going to be one of two people or one of three people or whatever it is. We know that all the way down to the end of this, I know I'm predicting that tomorrow things are going to start to define itself. But I really think I can't wait to see whose moment it is, and if we can identify that as soon as possible, who's in contention, because it's going to be someone new. So very rarely do you know it's definitely going to be someone new.
It's been a good day for the Poles. They've made a move up the leaderboard, but we haven't got the scores in place on the leaderboard on 49er.org quite yet. You can probably see those update in the next few minutes. But I reckon it's Bart Lambria and Floris van der Werken that have done just enough to hold on to the overall race lead in the 49er World Championships, closely followed by Germany's Tim Fischer and Fabian Graf. My standout moment of the day is to see the Hong Kong team win that race. You don't see that happen very often. Akira Sakai and Russell Aylesworth winning their first ever race in a gold fleet of a world championship. So congratulations to Hong Kong. From Nora, from Chris, and from myself, Andy Rice, that's it for the day. But we will be back at midday local time tomorrow, where we will be bringing you racing from the Nacra 17 49er and 49erFX World Championship here in Oman. I hope you've enjoyed the racing. Stay tuned on 49er.org for our race reports later on this evening. The work doesn't stop for us quite yet, but we will be joining the sailors in the swimming pool and at the buffet here at the wonderful hotel a bit later on this evening. Hope you enjoy your day as much as we've enjoyed ours here in Oman. See you tomorrow.
See you.
بتراثنا الحضاري تفردنا، وبتاريخنا العريق ازدهرنا. ثقافتنا المتأصلة وموروثاتنا الأصيلة عكسنا ارتباطنا بالبيئة والمجتمع اللي تجسد من خلالها تفاصيل عاداتنا وتقاليدنا، من لبسنا وفنوننا الشعبية، احتفالاتنا، عاداتنا وتقاليدنا. تعاهدنا نستمر في تجديد ولائنا كل عام، سلامنا وازدهارنا وحبنا وتسامحنا يزيد، وتبقى أنت وطننا اللي ما مثلك وطن. أنا عماني وفخري بلادي.